imports dropped 30% in the second quarter, which helped prop up the GDP. Consumer spending rose 1.4%, which was better than last quarter, but still slower than expected. We spend more time thinking about money than we spend preparing meals or exercising. That's the finding of a new report from Empower that says Americans spend 4 hours a day thinking about their finances. More than half say they're thinking about money more than they did last year. Bills top the list, followed by inflation and rising prices. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Talk Radio 1210's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and on Wednesday, August 6th, we will be honoring Charlie Ellison, Sergeant Major in the New Jersey Army National Guard. Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Wednesday morning, August 6th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kids 14 and under are invited to Circle the Diamond after the Phillies take on the Orioles on Wednesday, August 6th at 12:35 for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Join us for Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame night as we honor legends Jimmy Rollins and Ed Wade on Friday, August 1st when the Phils host the Tigers at 6:45. Secure your seats today at phillies.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Kman. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Thursday, July 31st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenelin with the news. Greg Stalker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's a Thursday. That means we double down on Jimmy's. Jimmy Fail is coming up at 8:30 this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. Seeing a headline here on TV. Some parents are now turning to AI to raise their kids. That's a great idea.
What could possibly go wrong?
Right?
Therapists. Like it's now people's. That's what Sam Altman is arguing, that they need to get tax incentives and tax breaks because ChatGPT is acting as people's therapist.
Oh,
you wonder why we're a screwed up society.
Makes sense now. Hello, Gregory.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
I found a treasure trove of stuff under a loose wooden board last night.
I hate Sam Altman. Sorry.
Treasure trove.
Yeah. Cash Patel.
No.
He's discovered things.
I thought
CBS.
you meant your mother-in-law's house.
No. If I did, I would have pawned it or went to the casino with it or sold off whatever. Yeah. Still searching for that trove. CBS News. How about this? Interesting discrepancies. Jail video.
To hell you say.
Yes.
To hell you say.
My boy, my source was very, very convincing that Epstein died by suicide. I don't know.
To hell you say.
Maybe my source is wrong.
That there's discrepancies in this.
It's a big, interesting photo with an orange blob. An orange blur. We'll talk about that today. Sydney Sweeney.
Is this still happening?
She's broken the internet. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, for liberals, we have a new Dunkin' Donuts ad that features beautiful white individuals that the left will melt down over. Starbucks, you better find somebody. Quick. Trump's economy. We'll talk about it. Why ESPN is melting down and The Atlantic is melting down over conservative men for loving boobs.
What?
Yes. We'll talk about that as well. Russian media bias, the lack thereof when it comes to coverage. And also, with the summer heat, a study has found it's a tough time for testicles.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is not a hot take. This is not shock talk radio.
Well,
scientific study.
Medical study.
Well, it is a hot take because,
well,
it's a tough time for testicles.
Yeah.
Dawn, you don't know our pain. You do not know our pain.
Right.
Come on. How
Please.
dare you?
Right.
How dare you just insist that women have it rough? You know who has it rough? Men.
Men on bikes.
And our testicles. Thank you.
All the way to Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Compressed, condensed, sweaty. I'll leave it there. Cut sheet, Fight Club, Fela, and a whole lot more. Let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news at 6:03. The great Dawn Stenelin.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This last day of July. Where is summer going? Tomorrow's August 1st. But today, July 31st, we are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live by Piazza Auto Group. Yes, the last day of the heat. We'll talk about the forecast moving forward. But we do have flash flood warnings, storm warnings, heavy rain and torrential downpours heading our way.
It usually happens after a heat wave.
Yes.
I'm just saying. Bad storms usually happen after heat waves.
Well, this would be consistent with that.
Thank you.
So the timing is critical. Will Nick Kale get home in time for his nap before the storms hit?
Only 14 more naps to go in Saucon Valley.
He's counting.
And then I return to napping in Bluebell, folks.
Just infuriating. It's just infuriating.
Oh, my goodness. Well, let's get to it. We do have a lot of police investigations and updates for you this morning. Philadelphia police, a very busy afternoon as they're searching for these suspects. And they, yes, have released suspect pictures and images. This happened at a West Philadelphia recreation center, and this has left 5 people injured when the shooting erupted at this rec center. So unfortunately, today, it's going to be 91 degrees. These kids cannot go to the pool today, cannot go to the rec center because these thugs decided to open fire at a rec center. So they've shut it down today. It's an active crime scene investigation, and 2 children among those injured. So there was a big news conference yesterday. The Philadelphia Police Commissioner, as well as Mayor Sherrell Parker, they have released video and surveillance images showing these several suspects approaching the Christie Rec Center. This is South 56th and Christian Streets. This happened after 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon on this hot afternoon. So many children there and several individuals seen running from the area. And this includes at least one of those gunmen, one of the shooters. But we know the ages, the young ages of some of the victims here, a 10-year-old and 11-year-old. Both, they were grazed by the bullets. So they're calling them graze wounds. However, they were taken to the hospital and they're being treated. They were fired just outside the pool with children everywhere. And so they were rushed to Children's Hospital where they still are in stable condition this morning. So the bullets didn't go through, thank God. We have 2 16-year-olds also shot, one listed in critical condition this morning and the other stable condition, but I don't know if that means serious but stable. They've just stabilized the other person's condition. We do have a 5th victim. This is a 32-year-old man, according to police, working as a staff member at the rec center and also expected to fully recover from his wounds. He's in stable condition as well. So a total of 5 people shot, but we have the youngest, 10 and 11 years old, just innocent victims, gunfire everywhere at this rec center.
I'm sure the Inquirer and NBC 10 are calling it a mass shooting, right?
Yes. Well, you are correct. I mean, you are absolutely right. Why is this not a mass shooting, Nick?
Right. Statistically, it would qualify.
Sure.
Yep.
You know, I've said all this time, nothing good happens at these rec centers, honest to God.
I know. Dawn's had one of these like every quarter of the year so far.
They are, it's just every quarter. I have a shooting at a rec center, mass shooting at a rec center. It's just people don't have to live like this. They don't have to live like this. I don't understand. I don't understand this mindset. I just don't understand this mindset.
Stunned that we actually have surveillance video descriptions, right? We have suspects.
How are they describing them, Dawn? Just curious.
They're really not. They're putting out the video and the images.
Yeah.
Oh.
A lot of, it was the heat with the heat index. It was 105 degrees yesterday.
Yeah.
And isn't it weird that you see people, some of them, I mean, they're dressed in all dark clothing, but some in hoodies.
A male, possibly white.
Yeah. I mean, not all, but, a number wearing these dark hoodies. You always wear light colors in the heat.
Right.
Who wears a black hoodie and, fully with the hood up, the whole thing?
I know.
It's 105 degrees.
I know who does.
Wrestlers and football players trying to shed weight.
Ooh, I know. Okay.
Yes?
No, I didn't.
So
I could never say.
I know. So in this one,
my job.
In all these shootings in 2021, there was a rec center, a deadly shooting when that's the last time a child actually died being shot at a rec center. So they were releasing that tragic, stat. But that just means that the emergency doctors, all of our St. Christopher's and Children's Hospital, where these 2 little kids are this morning, these doctors and medical professionals and nurses, how amazing are they? Mm-hmm. They save these lives.
Yep.
I mean, they should give out their own stats. How many critically injured and seriously injured children do they save every year?
Yeah, that's a great point.
My God.
Yep.
So outrage in the city, but, you know, I don't know what to answer your question. Outrage doesn't really do it.
They said this is all over a fight, right?
They said it started as a fight earlier.
Shocking.
That was part of the statement from Commissioner Bethel. He said it looks like there was a fight earlier, but then they came back. So they returned to the area to get their vengeance.
Gross, disgraceful.
Are white liberals from the suburbs protesting and outraged over this?
No.
Has Ben Crump been retained as lead defense counsel?
Great
No,
question,
sir.
Nick.
Oh.
Great question, Nick.
Great questions.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Just another day in the city, right?
Yeah, where's Ben Crump and Jesse Jackson and all of them with the families of the victims here?
Yeah. No money to be made, huh?
That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
The 10 and 11-year-old kids' families.
Yeah.
And as we
F these people.
And as we think about this, at least 1,200 officers that we are low on, as Philadelphia police as well as law enforcement across the country continues to try to recruit new officers, and then they have to go through a year of training. And so part of the issue in our city and cities across America and the suburbs, by the way, is we're still paying for the defund the police movement. That's still going on. We will have police representatives from our region and from across the country as they head to New York City. Many are already there this morning to back the blue because it is a day of mourning for America's largest city and for the nation's law enforcement family. This is a hero cop laid to rest today, 36-year-old officer Didarel Islam. Of course, we now know him as that hero cop among those gunned down in Manhattan, in Midtown. And so we know that he's a father of 2 little boys. His very pregnant wife is due within weeks.
Well, Phil, can you pull up cut 3, Phil, because you guys will be happy to know that Ran Mandami gave his heartfelt condolences to the officer's family. Cut 3 here.
I want to thank Manny and 32BJ for having us here today and for allowing me the opportunity to convey my heartfelt condolences to Alan's family, who we heard from just earlier.
Is he part of the...
I want to thank...
I'm just curious, is he part of the NYPD racist, anti-queer, and major threat to public safety that Ran Mandami said on Twitter recently? Is this guy part of that group?
This morning and went directly to the home of Officer Islam.
Racist, anti-queer, and major threat to public safety.
Family,
right.
NYPD.
Yep.
Zoran Mandami. Look at the tweet.
Who are heartbroken.
Oh, you scumbag.
Over the loss.
F you. Yep. Enough of him.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
And so he met. Here's the thing: that news conference. He is smooth. He is slick. He said at the news conference. He continued on, and he said that in fact the comments that he's been tweeting out, that Greg Stalker just quoted, that everybody quoted, anti-police and all of that. Greg, he says that was really in reference to the George Floyd murder.
Ah, yes.
It was he wasn't referring.
No.
So he claims he's pro-police.
Yeah, just anti-Minneapolis, Minnesota police.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's saying that was in the context.
Yes. Just defund, or as our buddy on the phones yesterday, debunk. Just debunk one police department. Not all of them. Not coast to coast. Not where I'm grifting in the Big Apple. Just in Minnesota.
And you think, Philly, we had it bad here with Kenny? This guy is going to... Oh, man. R.I.P. NYC.
Yep.
So he will be at the funeral. Today is the funeral, so he will be there. And he met, as you heard him say, he met with the widow, the very pregnant widow. And so as will probably all of the mayoral candidates. I know that Mayor Adams will be there. And so he was just stepping off a flight from Uganda from 10 days at his wedding celebration at his parents' multi-million-dollar compound there.
Another one. Another rich Go away! Creep.
Yes. And as far as the family, two notes that I'll make about Officer Islam in particular. So his 8 months pregnant wife She actually had a doctor's appointment that she was scheduled for, so another police officer drove her to the doctor.
Ugh.
She's so big, it's hard, at that point when you're that pregnant, you shouldn't be driving. And so another officer drove her and went with her for her final, last ultrasound and all of that.
Yeah.
And then we also learned that his father, because remember, he's the only son of the family, his father actually broke down and had some kind of a stroke and a medical episode.
In the aftermath
after he learned that his son was murdered in this horrific shooting that remains under investigation. I know we'll get into it. Detectives went to Nevada, went to Vegas where the shooter lived, and we'll get into all of that. But just know that law enforcement, I've talked to so many cops, as we all have here, who are heading to New York City, or representatives.
And by the way, your interview with Pat Malloy yesterday was great.
Thanks. Yeah, and you heard him say Abington PD, everybody, feels this across the country. And so another thing I'll say that everybody's saying, I'm just going to point this out. When they say off duty, and we've not been saying that here, but because we're aware, but in the law enforcement community in New York City, that's a faux pas, if you will, because New York cops, they're not. He's in full uniform in New York City. They're allowed to work these extra hours, even on top of their OT, like this hardworking daddy was just about to have a baby, get more money. Mm-hmm. But he's considered on duty. He gets full benefits, all of that, and pension. Mm-hmm. But they keep saying, don't say off duty, that he was off duty at this time. Mm-hmm. So just for our greater community, I know you guys know this, but we'll move on as we talk about what's going on. An update for you as well, Berks County. This is a disturbing story. The psychologist based in Wissinoming, charged with indecent assault, sex abuse of children, related offenses. This guy is accused of touching a patient inappropriately, taking photos of her, and then AI generating that with pornography from her images and those of others. When they executed the search warrant and so on, they accused him of having these images of victims as young as a 12-year-old girl.
Firing
on
squad.
His electronics.
Amen.
Yep.
So he's identified as 54-year-old Jeffrey Leone, Sinking Spring, Berks County doctor. And so that's a headline that is circulating this morning. We also have one other quick update involving police, and this is the district attorney in Montgomery County. Remember, we have the criticism of law enforcement when they do a police pursuit. And we had a real tragedy in Montgomery County. Remember this Royersford, when there were a group of teenagers, they were accused of shoplifting and stealing from a store, and police were trying to pull them over. They were evading police, and ultimately, as they were speeding away from police, flipped the car. 3 17-year-olds killed. And so there were many trying to blame the officers for ever even pursuing those teens and trying to blame them for these deaths. The investigation it happened June 3rd. So these officers who were involved in that pursuit, that were 911 calls, they were doing their jobs following orders, but finally they are exonerated by the investigation, saying they followed every protocol. They were doing nothing wrong. They were doing their jobs. They're not to blame in this deadly, tragic situation.
I'm assuming dashboard cam and body cam footage.
Yeah, Nick. So but look at it. I mean, these officers have been, put as standard operating procedure. They've been on desk duty since June 3rd.
Wow.
To investigate this, full investigation, and they just released that report yesterday.
Good.
So we have that one going on. There's so much happening today nationally, and I know President Trump held that news conference. We'll get into all of it with Trump, what's happening, the economy, Lutnick, the EPA. Wow. You can't say enough about what's going on. We also have Pennsylvania officials monitoring some new mosquito-borne illnesses. We'll get to all of that, as well as the latest national and local headlines. We want to get to our sponsor, Piazza Auto Group, the Acura Summer of Performance event going on right now. Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Just visit our friends at piazzaacura.com for all the special lease offers on the all-new ADX, RDX, MDX, and more. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our first edition, Kayal and Company News Live. Nick Kayal, it looks like I think that everybody should get get safely there as long as you get to your destination by about 2 o'clock-ish, right?
Yes,
as you're looking
correct.
at the timing?
79 degrees today, Dawn, right now. It's going up to 88 right around 1:45, 2 o'clock. The storms come in. 80% chance of rain with heavy downfall. Philadelphia for Friday, 74 and cloudy. We get the cool off. And then a beautiful weekend with low humidity, low 80s, and sunny on Saturday and Sunday. Weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
By the way, it's the perfect time to get that generator because we know these storms roll in and everybody loses power.
Yep.
So don't be that sucker who loses power.
Yep.
Be that guy who's cool in the air conditioning.
Yeah.
Has everything running because they have that generator.
The Wi-Fi's going.
Absolutely.
The kids will be happy.
Absolutely.
YouTube won't crash.
MTRule.com. Come on, get over there and get one now.
There you go. Big take coming up next as Kayal and Company continues. Stay right there.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit MartiniRoofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. MartiniRoofing.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of Christmas and July savings. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assured guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price. And there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course we do it all, including delivery and installation.
Celebrate Christmas in July with big savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $55.36 for only $27.98.88 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, it's Rich Zoli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh yeah, 625, Kayal and Company. Let's have some fun here on a Thursday. A ton to delve into. We've got new Epstein revelations and discrepancies, Kash Patel's Russia discovery, a Kamala Harris California dream and update, Jimmy Fallon, the cut sheet, and a whole lot more. But let's get down to business. Time for a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take: denial, delusion, and disconnected. Today's modern Democrat. From the economy to how to appeal to male voters, the Democrats are a disastrous dumpster fire. 35-year low approval ratings on the wrong side of every 80-20 issue. The demise of a party that continues to drip with dummies. Q2 is in the books. And the Trump administration, surprise, surprise, did it again. Quote, better than expected. A 3% GDP growth in the second quarter as the economy under 47 continues to gain more and more traction and more momentum. Top this off with record stock market highs, and the so-called experts, they've lost every single month during Trump 2.0. But don't worry. Actually, you should. So says Chuck Schumer. Listen and watch.
And while the Trump administration will try to wave rosy headlines about the Q2 number, today's GDP number is in fact a mirage because some ominous numbers lurk under the hood. Business investment plunged in the second quarter by 3.1%. The fact that business investment plunged so starkly is very troubling. It shows that already businesses are worried about growing their operations, worried about hiring more workers, worried about trading with their international partners, and worried in general about the future.
Worry, 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 panic, panic, panic. The only ones who should be worrying are the Democrats, who at this very moment look like they'll get blown out in the 2026 midterms if they were to happen today, at this very moment in time. The New York Times in denial. Headline: U.S. economy slowed in first half of 2025 as tariffs scrambled data. The reality is this. Gross domestic product adjusted for inflation increased at a 3% annual rate in the second quarter. The Commerce Department said on Wednesday that topped the forecasters' expectations and appeared to represent a strong rebound from the first 3 months of the year when output contracted at a 0.5% rate. And it's long past due to cut rates. But the hypocrisy on the left cuts right through. Here is a year-over-year, side-by-side montage of Pocahontas screeching about the Fed and then suddenly changing her tune. Listen and watch this.
You waited too long, and the best way you can show that you waited too long and that you get it and that you are becoming more responsive to where we are on interest rates is actually go ahead and do a nice big rate cut. Keep in mind that keeping those rates high, as he has done, keeping those interest rates so high, actually has contributed to our measure of inflation. The infrastructure that keeps this stock market strong and therefore a big part of our economy strong and therefore a big part of the world economy strong is the idea that the big pieces move independent of the politics, that somebody is making his, their, her best decisions economically and independently. If we understand that if the New York Stock Exchange, if interest rates in the United States are subject to a president who just wants to wave his magic wand, this doesn't distinguish us then from any other two-bit dictatorship around the world.
That was Liz Warren, the first half in September of 2024, as we approached an election on CNBC. Then you fast forward, that was Liz Warren on the back half, just in April of 2025 on CNBC. Geez, I wonder what changed. But kudos to the USA Today, of all publications, for writing the following. Headline, GDP soars and Trump's economy roars. Liberals still won't give him credit. They write, quote, will Democrats put politics aside and applaud as the American economy shows a strength and resilience that so many of them doubted? Probably not, end quote. Jobs reports, GDP growth, wage increases, inflation down, gas prices down, tariff revenue in, foreign and domestic investments in American businesses up. Seems like a good start to me. Republicans will roll in 2026 if the economy keeps rolling. And that's bad news for Democrats looking at kitchen table issues. But the bad news is even more demoralizing if you're seeking out culture. If culture dictates elections, and I tell you why, because the left hasn't learned a single thing since 2024. What was their big issue? They alienated men, and they continue to do so. Male voters want nothing to do with them. And if you thought Sydney Sweeney's denim desires broke their brains, get a load of this Dunkin' Donuts ad. Listen and watch. You know what that looks like? That looks like toxic masculinity. That is white supremacy. Did you see how fit he is? That's fit for fascism. Crazed Karens, any moment now, loading their unhinged screaming fits on TikTok. And speaking of Sydney Sweeney, woke men are showing America how lost they are and gift wrapping them to MAGA. Remember last week when ESPN writer David Dennis said that Hulk Hogan should only be remembered as a racist? He now writes that he was, quote, mortified after seeing the American Eagle jeans commercial with Sydney Sweeney. Dennis wrote on Blue Sky Social, quote, I didn't think anything of the Sydney Sweeney ads, but then actual scholars on messaging, eugenics, and fascism explained what was going on. Then, yes, I understood and became pretty mortified because, hey, sometimes it's good to listen to the experts. I'm tired of hearing trust the experts. Let's talk about the economy and those experts. Get back to me. But the left-wing rags, they get worse. The Atlantic writing this. Did American Eagle know what it was doing when it made the Sydney Sweeney advertisement? The company hasn't addressed the controversy, but the ad, not unlike the famous and controversial Brooke Shields Calvin Klein campaign it appears to be playing off of, seems like it was perhaps meant to walk a line, to be just controversial enough to garner some attention. Casting Sweeney to begin with supports this theory. Her image has been co-opted by the right, accurately or not, in part because of where she's from, the Mountain West, and some of her hobbies, fixing cars. Even her figure has become a cultural stand-in for the idea, pushed by conservative commentators, that Americans should be free to love boobs. I've got news for you. All straight men, we love boobs. Big or small, real or fake, conservative or liberal, white or black, Hispanic or Asian. And you know what we also love? We also love a good economy. We love money. Money and boobs, boobs and money. Somehow, some way, the Democrats, they seem to lost all common sense. And finding an alpha male Democrat who can resonate with American men doesn't seem quite common at all. Denial, delusion, disconnect. These are the days of the modern Democrat Party. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On X at 1210 WPHT and on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and let it rip in the comments. All right, Dawn Stenelin, I'll start with you. Let me start with the economy for you. Your thoughts on Pocahontas' hypocrisy. 2 months before an election, we need a rate cut from the Fed. Now in Q2 of 2025, that could cause inflationary reaction. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just think that it's incredible that waking up this morning, some people will hear the report that we had all the numbers you gave, Nick Hale, the 3% GDP, the growth. Yes, it shrank slightly, 0.5 point in the beginning of the year. That's true. And now we have this momentum. But if you're listening to liberal leaning and you monitor, as we do, the broadcast entities or even in print, what they're saying is, well, the only reason that we have this 3% GDP is actually because we have less imports. So let's think about that. That means, and yes, is that a result of tariffs? Probably, but that means we're buying American.
Mm-hmm.
That's to me, that's what that means.
Yeah, America first is so bad to them.
And we just, he just, secured, the South Korean deal, Cambodia,
yesterday.
the peace. I mean, it's just every day there are major headlines that had this been the previous administration, just that one thing would be the big story of the day. But there is so much breaking and developing at such a fast pace that you can't even keep up with it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just feels like, when I heard Schumer, I'm like, what are you doing here, dude? What are you trying to do? You want us to fail? I thought we hated hedge fund people who bet against, us.
Dawn, it's a mirage. Right? It's lurking. It's under the hood.
It's lurking.
Under the hood.
Trying to scare people, trying to hurt consumer confidence.
That's all they do.
And yet when you hear about literally trillions of dollars that they're going to be bringing in, and this is over not just the immediate time, obviously, this is over years, guaranteeing all of this money and this business. And then on top of it, let us not forget peace and prosperity. So the final thing I'll say is this. Remember that the reason, for example, he wants to punish India is because India still, and that deal has to be done by tomorrow, August 1st, TikTok guys, but India is still buying oil from Russia. So the EU deal, everybody's deal is Trump is getting them to buy more oil and energy from us and not from Russia. What does that do? Russia's crippled right now. They're hurting. And so if they can stop people doing business and buying their oil, because all the other stuff we've sanctioned already, then that hurts them further and brings them to the negotiation table. And so it all goes hand in hand.
The problem with the economy or the economic numbers right now is that both sides are are playing like a game of smoke and mirrors. Like Chuck Schumer's a jerk off, and he's like it's under the hood. What's lurking under the hood? Yeah. Scare everybody. The truth of the matter is, the economy is basically unchanged from last year. The economy grew last year at 2.9%, and inflation was at 2.9%. Right now, the economy is currently growing at 3%, and inflation is at 2.7%. So the economy has done absolutely nothing.
Well, it depends on what metrics you look at, too. I mean, what costs have gone down? I mean, how do you evaluate the economy? Some people, like, I've never been one of these guys.
Well, that's what you're basing this off of.
Well, no, my thing is
3% is what you were talking about. I'm saying it's basically unchanged from last year.
But some people use the stock market as a way to dictate whether or not the economy is good. I'm not a stock market guy, so when the stock market goes soaring up or goes soaring down, I, for the most part, remain consistent in it because other than my 401k, I don't play the stock market.
My point is that the people on the left who are saying it's all doom and gloom, the economy's going to tank, are wrong. But also the people on the right who are sitting there saying the economy's booming, it's basically unchanged from last year.
Well, the change. So one of the changes. Let's attack or break down what Greg's saying. Number one, when you think about the fact, remember that every time we heard a report within the previous administration, we heard about great job numbers and building of jobs and all of that. But the truth is, we now know about the fluff. The fluffer. So Biden was the fluffer in chief. He was fluffing things up. So they were hiring, for example, all those federal workers, which then they knew they were teeing this up, that it was so bloated. And that's part of setting up this administration had to go through and say, no, all these new hires within the past 2 years, a ton of them, we got to let you go because you shouldn't have been hired in the first place. But all those jobs numbers, which, by the way, were being fluffed up, and I would say to you it was really fraudulent that they gave us all these incredible job numbers. Then they had to be readjusted. But even though the numbers, some of the numbers were real in the sense that they were manipulating the numbers by, for example, hiring all those federal workers.
Right.
So
huge difference in the government. Huge difference in government
right.
jobs versus private sector.
Boom. So there's that.
Right.
Then the Trump effect is that you say there's no difference. Look at what has happened and all the deals that have been done, and look at these are real dollars. I mean, we here in Pennsylvania, it was less than 2 weeks ago. We had Trump here and all the major industries. I mean, huge companies investing in America. So taking money and making sure it's committed, it's invested, and it's happening here. And so I would submit to you, Greg, that is the difference is that it's not somebody making up numbers, somebody who's never been in business and doesn't know what they're doing, which was the previous administration, and making up numbers to make it look better. On the other hand, you have hands-on business people in this cabinet who are titans of industry, who know how to fix these things and build. They've built buildings, they've built stuff. They're not just some analyst in a back office somewhere that's part of a bureaucrat with a pencil in their pocket trying to figure out how they can fluff the numbers. I think that's the difference. And let's just be real here. What the world knows about us as Americans is we are the gluttons of the world. How often do I say that? We are consumers. We're going to shop.
We're slobs.
We are. We're going to eat. We're going to shop. We're not going to cut back. That's not going to happen. Like my son was like, over the holidays, and my friend, and he was like a foreign exchange student, went over, and they're over in these countries, and people they cut back on all their stuff. He's like, who does that? We don't do that as Americans. We find a way to buy. And that's what Trump knows. It's the power of us. And so part of that is the power of the confidence and the belief that we are America and we are America first and we will prevail. And that's what Trump knows about all of us.
All I'm saying is last year when everybody was saying the sky is falling, the economy is bad, and this year when everybody is sitting here saying, oh my God, the economy is falling, the sky is bad, the economy, according to the numbers, is unchanged. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then why is CNBC raving about Trump's economy? That's not state-run media. CNBC yesterday was going off about how good things are. Do you have more cash in your pocket at the end of the day right now than you did last year? Again, the GDP is only one metric to the economy.
It's what you were just citing. What you were just citing.
Correct, but I cited the stock market as well. Which I don't. No, not Jesus Christ. I said the stock market is one indicator. GDP is one indicator. Inflation is one indicator. What's the cost of your energy? There's many ways that we all, like the same thing I've said with tariffs. If tomatoes get tariffed and tariffs go up on certain products, but you don't buy that product, that doesn't impact you, right? Like if bananas go up, bananas would impact me because my family goes through 16 every week at the grocery store. But if you're not a banana person, it doesn't impact you. You have to look at the things that impact your specific life. That's the way I evaluate the economy. If the cost of automobiles go up, it doesn't impact me. I don't have to pay for my vehicle, right? Like what impacts you on a daily basis with your bank account? That's all I'm saying. GDP is one metric. It's not the be-all, end-all. It's not like we just evaluate the economy on one said thing. Am I wrong, Dawn?
No, and And I will say this, that if you look at the numbers, and again, that's why I mentioned the jobs numbers, Greg, because if we look at a lot of this and what was happening, those numbers, so yeah, you're looking at jobs and you're going, well, what's happening? All these jobs. Look at the jobs, look at the manufacturing jobs, and then look at what's coming. And so that's part of the reason when you see the records on Wall Street, for example, they see the investment that's being made, and this is the private sector. It's a difference in philosophy, in my humble opinion, because in the previous administration, and the basic philosophy of Democrats is that the government's here to take care of you. And so you can just rely on us and count on us and vote blue, and we're gonna pay for everything. And that's why that's moving further and further to the left as socialist. In this administration, what are we seeing? The private sector and all of this growth and all of this innovation. Now, with AI, what does that mean? A great shift is also coming, and that means in the future, we have to deal with this as far as jobs, and yes, that has to do with robotics and manufacturing jobs. That's in the future, and we have to figure all of that out. The final thing I'll say is that if you think about the economy, if you are a homeowner, then you're not feeling this. Like for us, we thank God we own our home. If you own your home, or you're locked into a good mortgage rate, for example, and you're in your home, this is a different America for you. But if you don't, and you're renting, for example, or you're looking for a house, because we still have the housing crisis and we still have the interest rates. I mean, Nick, you and your wife just went through this, right? And so that's so we have two Americas. On one hand, you have individuals, right, who are set, let's say, or they got in before the nightmare set in. They're surviving. They're doing okay. But for those who have to rely on interest rates, credit cards, that sort of thing, it's a tough economy right now. I think that's why we were hearing about trying to do rebates. They were talking about $600, $1,000. But Greg, the final thing I'll say to you is, remember that the big beautiful bill was critical as far as keeping and even making better the Trump tax cuts. So all of these tax cuts, child credits, all of that was supersized. If God forbid we had not had that, and we didn't have the Trump tax cuts and even improving upon them with the big beautiful bill, we'd be in big trouble.
Speaking of big and beautiful, I have to ask Greg about this one.
Yeah. Big and beautiful.
How the more important thing is the second half of the big take here on big boobs. Greg, you're a brand manager. How does ESPN keep hiring men that say they are mortified by beautiful blondes in jeans with big boobs? Isn't it your objective to appeal to men?
ESPN is a dying brand, I believe. I believe ESPN is a dying brand, and they don't know what they're doing. They've lost their identity. Mm-hmm. They've lost their mission. Yes, yeah. You said it. Boobs and money, money and boobs. I mean, that's it.
I've never met a straight man that didn't like either.
It's a crude statement, and I'm sure, Ethel and Bluebell right now says, "Oh God, it's so horrible."
Well,
when did liberals become anti-breast and anti-attractiveness?
Can I just
right?
So I'll, as the only one with
boobs.
A pair.
Yeah. Well,
depends on where it's located. Although I'm working on getting 4 total.
I will. I'll say this. Number one, we here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, we celebrate boobs unless they're politicians.
Yes.
Dawn works with 2 of them for 4 hours a day.
They're all the boobs are politicians. Every politician's in it. A boob.
But,
Sorry,
what we're celebrating, and think about what you're celebrating.
Shot out of a cannon this morning.
Are advertisements where you had just now, you showed a beautiful young woman who's a curvy young woman who's actually celebrating her womanhood, because in the previous administration, people refused to even say what is a woman. They talked about pregnant people. That's gone. That narrative, we're done. We had it. And then you celebrated a beautiful young man. So we can celebrate men, beautiful woman, and we know what a woman is. Just look at her. She's Sydney Sweeney in the jeans commercial. And the fact that the left is losing their mind, and it comes off as like weird and jealous and anti-woman to me.
I'm sure they're going to lose their mind today over the Duncan dude.
Yeah.
Right? He's sitting there on the chair.
Yeah.
They already are.
Oh, yeah.
Phil, roll.
I knew it.
Phil, roll 18. Go.
Look, I didn't ask to be the king of summer. It just kind of happened.
Yep.
This tan? Genetics.
Oh.
I just got my color analysis back. Guess what?
Jeans.
Golden summer. Literally.
Oh, here we go. Nose ring and glasses.
Who the coming out with one next? They're getting bold. They were already bold, but they're getting bold
Bracelets
right
hanging
now.
from her glasses.
Holy.
Yeah. Haircut on the side, but not on the top.
I mean, shaved side. Like,
Yeah.
this is sad. She looks like a SNL character who's trying to imitate like 100-year-old woman. And
Yeah.
she's probably in her 20s.
She's not going to be too happy when she finds out that Sophie Cunningham, the smoking hot blonde enforcer for the Indiana Fever, which is the Caitlin Clark WNBA team, has just been signed by Arby's to be the official spokesperson of Arby's.
By the way, that's not exactly a manly ad. Like, that dude is
Right.
is more manicured than Dawn is.
Yeah.
And drinking a fruity drink like that is not is not the epitome of toxic masculinity.
It's a Dunkin' refresher.
Oh, refresher, gross. It probably has 7,000 calories in it.
Yep. 40 pumps of liquid sugar.
10,000 grams of sugar. Stop.
I saw that. I'm like, my David, who has his general description, I'm like, my David could do that commercial and he looks way better.
Yeah.
Like, David, why don't you pay for your college? Go do that ad.
Not my style to judge men, but yeah, if David wants it, David should have it.
But we're celebrating what it is to be a man, what it is to be a woman. In other words, with women, femininity.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's, and for Sweeney, she's, she touches her rear end. She's touching her curves and celebrating her curvy womanly body. Isn't that fantastic? And think about unfortunately, these people talk about like virus, this woke virus or brain virus, whatever it is, mental health. I feel sad for these people who don't want to celebrate what it is to be a human being and celebrate the sexism, what makes us different and beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm sure she's a Starbucks customer anyway, because she looks like every barista I've ever seen at Starbucks. But meanwhile, the Democrats will continue to hemorrhage male voters because they're mortified of boobs. They don't like people that are in good shape. And guys like Colbert will have Alyssa Slotkin on the Late Show, which was Alyssa Slotkin. Boy, I tell you what, you want a ratings boost? You book Alyssa Slotkin for late nights.
He doesn't learn. And then like they're talking about the deep state, and I'm telling you guys, like this is why it's not political. It's not political. Why? I mean, it is, but it's not like some administration or the FCC saying get out of here. We don't like what you're saying.
Yep.
It's just that 90% of the audience doesn't know what he's talking about.
Nope.
It doesn't know who Alyssa Slotkin is, and trots her out like he's MSNBC.
Imagine
that's why he's failing.
Yeah. I'm not sure what if they have a waiting list as far as tickets to sit there in attendance, or if they're free, or how they go about it. But imagine being the Colbert fan, and for what it's worth, he was averaging about 2.42 million viewers a night, which is still pretty decent. I don't think it was his ratings. It certainly was the lack of revenue. They're losing $40 million a year. But imagine being a Colbert fan and you finally get to go, and you're expecting comedy, and you get a politician you never heard of, right?
Exactly.
It's like me being a wrestling fan and going to WrestleMania and getting a dud of a card.
Yeah.
Like I finally got to go, and it sucked.
Yeah.
Awful.
Are you watching SummerSlam this weekend?
I will be. 2-nighter. God. Told my wife and mother-in-law, don't bother me. Early start time, 6 p.m.
Do we need to do 2 nights of summer? Like I get WrestleMania. Like WrestleMania, they can
less
trim
is
down.
more. Less is more.
Like stop with this 2-night thing.
Yeah.
Like we're milking it for way too much.
I say the same thing about this show. 4 hours, too much. 3 would be better.
Ask Dawn. She's doing 6.
Dawn should do 4.
Cupcake.
All right. Kayal and Company, 6:52. We'll come back, kick off hour number 2. We've got news, and then the 2 big stories that have materialized here on the salacious side of politics. We have Epstein updates. We have Russia hoax updates. We'll give you both of those discoveries and the discrepancies on the other side. Stay right there.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them.
If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Seven o'clock a.m. Hour number 2 underway here on a Thursday morning. Kayal and Company.
I'm just reading a headline. I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
What?
NBC News tweeted this yesterday. You know the canned cocktails High Noons?
Yes, I'm a fan.
So they put out a warning. There was a recall. The canned cocktail maker High Noon is warning customers that some of its vodka seltzers were accidentally labeled as Celsius energy drinks. Whoops. Whoops.
So,
yeah, can you imagine?
You think you're getting a Celsius, but you're getting liquor.
Yes. Oh, man.
That could be bad.
Oh, the lawsuits. The lawsuits.
Are they the same company?
Yeah.
Oh, are they? I did not know
that.
that.
The lawsuits are going to be hot and heavy for that. Can you imagine your 16-year-old drinking one of them Celsius drinks? You're like, wow, this is a great energy drink.
Johnny, you're still a little lethargic. You need a second one? Why are you slurring your speech?
What an amazing, amazing story.
I do like the High Noons, though. I like the stateside.
I can't do the seltzers. They're just too, like...
I can't do White Claws.
No, I don't like any of the seltzers.
The vodka sodas I can do. I don't like the Surfsides, which are like the vodka iced tea.
Yeah.
I need the carbonation, or else I'll suck down too many of the vodka iced teas, and then I'll be falling all over myself. Like a Lush.
So be careful. If you drank a Celsius, be careful.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Jimmy Fallon is going to join us at 8:30 today.
Woo!
Cut sheet 745. Jimmy Fallon with, I thought, the tweet of the day yesterday. Just want to read this one in regards to the outrage of the left on Sydney Sweeney. Jimmy Fallon says, as the father of a teenage boy who shops at American Eagle, I feel obligated to share his take on the Sydney Sweeney situation, but he hasn't come out of the bathroom since the ad dropped. Yeah. Yep. Jimmy Fallon, weeknights at 7 o'clock here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. All right, let's get to some news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this morning. It's July 31st, last day of July, and the last day of our heat wave that we've been experiencing. We're already up to 78 degrees. Full forecast momentarily, but in the headlines, we could see flash floods. Soupy out there right now, and all that humidity, but we're going to get drenched with torrential rain later this afternoon. Since we were talking about the numbers, just to bring you up to date, President Trump announcing that the United States and South Korea reached that comprehensive trade agreement, as he called it, in which the East Asian country is promising to invest $350 billion into American projects. And this includes buying our energy. So South Korea agreeing to be completely open, quote unquote, to trade with the U.S., and now faces a reduced tariff of 15% on imported goods, down from the planned 25%. Those would have gone into effect tomorrow, August 1st. So that's a big one as we talk about South Korea, another trade partner. Within that deal, or additionally, on top of that deal, South Korea will purchase $100 billion worth of, hey, Pennsylvania, LNG and other energy products. So that's huge for Pennsylvania. Again, another country buying our, either natural gas, oil, etc. And as well as what's going on with the U.S. and China, because these trade deals, to Greg's point about things, the trade deals create uncertainty. That's according to the Fed chair, who yesterday we've talked about, decided to hold those rates. And so the last time that he lowered the rates, that was you may remember, the fall, right before the election, and then in December. So December's the last rate cut. They are expected to cut rates this upcoming September.
It was really sleazy and skeptical that they raised it right before the election. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, oh, dude, come on, be a little more.
Yeah, I got into an argument with a couple of people last night on Jerome Powell. And I said that, everybody wants to criticize Powell, but they won't criticize Trump, who selected Powell. And everyone's like, well, he did a good job the first time around. I'm like, yeah, the economy was he couldn't have screwed it up the first time around. It's easy to walk into a made situation in 2017, like with Jerome Powell. I thought he did a good job then, but now I don't understand what this guy keeps waiting on.
Well, he's saying that the tariff uncertainty, I guess he's referring to China, which is the big one.
Well, Trump roasted Powell again yesterday, saying he's doing an awful job.
Too late.
Which I agree with.
God. But I will say this, that even Democrats criticize Powell, who Biden re-upped his contract, if you renewed his contract, whatever you want to say. But as far as that goes, there are many Democrats who say that Powell also, by doing what he did with the rate cuts right before the election, then in December, he lost credibility, and it didn't help, if you remember, so that he hurt Biden by doing that. And it's almost now he's hesitating because he doesn't know what to do. So even I've heard, analysts who are left leaning, they're criticizing him for what he did September, December of last year. So in this one, as far as China, the update there is that remember we talked about those 2 days in Stockholm. They've concluded. And so we don't have a deal, but apparently they've Chinese officials, U.S. officials agreeing that they'll extend the deadline for any on the tariff deal. So they're working on the trade talks. So we have that going on, and we're waiting for that one, just to give you the heads up, since we talked so much about the economy. We have a lot with the EPA, Lee Zeldin, all of those announcements. And as well, we'll talk about what's going on locally. Still the investigation, police locally putting out a lot of different suspect descriptions. In the 6 a.m. hour, we talked about that shooting at a West Philadelphia recreation center, in which we have 5 people shot, including 2 young children, ages 10 and 11. They are hospitalized at Children's Hospital, stable condition, but we have at least one person critical condition. And a 32-year-old man working as a staff member at the rec center is expected to recover stable condition. All of that was the lead story yesterday, happened about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll skip forward to A story that we talked to here on Kayal and Company, we talked about on Kayal and Company. This was about 2 weeks ago. Another so-called mass shooting that we reported on, and the video went international, not just national. It was shocking video because in this you saw out on an open street, and there were children, there were families, and specifically you could see at least one of the shooters looked like on a porch. And a lot of this was caught on video, and yet we never had images or, as Greg always says, the suspect description. So finally, 2 weeks later, we got the images. They released just yesterday, late, and it was around, I don't know, it was just as we were going off the air, guys. And I said to our producer, I think I said to Greg, you were just leaving your studio. Because we do have a suspect description.
A male, possibly white.
And it wasn't that.
No.
But they're offering a $20,000 reward for that shooting. That was, remember that video that we aired on that one? The porch cam, if you will?
People were diving on top of each other.
Oh, my God.
With the split porch with the rail.
So finally got that situation under control as Philadelphia police released the images, and now they're offering a $20,000 reward. But nobody would even call it a mass shooting. That was another one, to your point from this morning.
Yep. The salacious mass shootings have to have certain demographics and characteristics. Has to be a disgruntled UPS fired employee, usually white or Middle Eastern. It's amazing how we don't label things mass shootings or acts of terrorism unless it absolutely fits what a media narrative needs to be, put out there for the people.
And so it is a $20,000 cash reward being offered now for information leading to an arrest and conviction in connection to that mass shooting that happened in Philadelphia. It happened July 7th. We talked a lot about it. 1500 block of South Edding Street. 3 people dead, 9 others injured, and multiple victims ranging in age from 15 to 24 years old. So finally yesterday, Philadelphia police releasing some surveillance video of the suspects, and they were able to isolate and release at least, especially the main suspect. And you can release that anonymous tip. Call Philadelphia police. They say they promise you that all tips are confidential. But the other problem is nobody's talking. I mean, obviously, if you were on that street, you know who was doing that. Nobody's calling in. Nobody's getting the $20,000 cash reward.
Fear of retaliation.
Yeah. You're exactly right. And so it's a culture of silence and violence.
Yep.
And that's what we've been talking about. Other news of the day as we look to what's going on. I know we'll get to all the Ghislaine Maxwell and all of the, there's just so much. I'm just trying to choose one more. But let's talk about it with Pennsylvania. I'm picking one here. You know what I'll update you on? And that is, I'm going to talk about hunting on Sundays. How about that one? I'm just choosing another story that's non-political. And this one, as far as hunting permits, are allowed now 13 consecutive Sundays in 2025 in Pennsylvania. We have a huge hunters community. It starts September 14th, runs through December 7th. The Pennsylvania Gaming Commissioners, they unanimously approved, just did this, adding 10 Sundays to 3 previously approved days. And so usually this is around, we talk about usually around Thanksgiving, November. So it's starting a little earlier and it follows. So there was a ban on Sunday hunting in the past in Pennsylvania.
That's just so stupid. I've never understood all this Sunday restriction stuff. For all those years, Pennsylvania, you couldn't get liquor on a Sunday, less hunting days. God, we are such an archaic state. So behind the times.
So they're allowing it now, and the Pennsylvania Game Commission putting out that this has been decades of battling over this issue. So there's no more ban on Sunday hunting.
Yeah.
So they're celebrating that for our hunters, adding Sundays, September 14th through December 7th for your fall hunting plans.
We ought to do a Kayal and Company hunting trip. Round up the boys and
we couldn't pass that through the lawyers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Damn lawyers.
Somebody will get hurt.
Yeah. I'll probably either get hurt or hurt somebody.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be you.
Yeah. Imagine me out there sitting in a tree stand, nice rifle, and some bright camo.
Yeah. You look like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah. Tola.
Well, I think that's the biggest problem is the drinking and the hunting that go hand in hand sometimes.
Oh, do they drink when they hunt? See, I would never do that. I would, as much as I like it, there's no way you're getting me
Are you kidding?
touching a cocktail while I have a rifle. No.
So we got that going on.
Well, don't drink a Celsius because it could be a high noon.
There you go. Amen, brother.
You see me just being like completely hammered, falling out of the tree stand.
I know that just as we were signing off yesterday, around 9:50 a.m.-ish, our own Phil Almquist mentioned this for his Phil timers. But I'll say this, that it's the video and audio of this, it's pretty amazing. It went viral as far as Ozzy Osbourne's last ride, the Crazy Train Singers funeral procession, traveled through Birmingham, his hometown in England. It was pretty incredible. We also had news of British rocker. This was Paul Mario Day, best known as the original vocalist of Iron Maiden. He died at age 69. Heavy metal musician dying peacefully at his home in Australia, his family revealing after his long battle with cancer. But I think for Ozzy Osbourne's that last ride, the Crazy Train, I mean, that was incredible.
By the way, I'm not speaking ill of the family, but the picture of Sharon, his wife, crying. Yeah, and she gives the peace sign, which is cool because that's Ozzy's thing. He throws the peace sign like Richard Nixon used to do with both hands. Boy, she's had a lot of work done.
Yes.
My Lord.
Yeah.
Her face is mostly plastic.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's mostly plastic. And her daughter, same thing. Her daughter, Kelly, she's a young kid. Not young kid, but she's, probably in her 30s. Doesn't need to have all that work done.
Right.
But they can afford it.
Yeah.
Because rock and roll and riches, they all go together.
That's right.
Yeah. Especially
Rock
for
and
the
roll, you
Osbournes.
can get Botox. Radio, not so much. Which is why I denied those claims a few weeks ago on the YouTube chat that I had Botox
No, remember
injected
that?
into my forehead.
We had to get the forehead tight shot.
See, I got the wrinkles now.
See, so
See, the Botox wore off already.
Botox. So that's just a glance at some of the news headlines. There's so much. Phil Almquist, by the way, pointed out the 3-day hearings that began yesterday. NTSB, he gave us all the printout, the Army chopper that crashed with that commercial plane in D.C., flying above the altitude limit. That continues. It'll continue through today. It'll continue tomorrow. So I know we'll get into all of this. But I think the big story affecting every single one of us in our region, Nick Kale, is the storms and the flash flooding.
What time are they starting, Nick?
Torrential rains,
What
Nick.
time are they starting, Nick?
That would be 2 o'clock today.
Uh-oh.
2 o'clock.
Phillies lost. I forgot the Phils. I was getting ripped.
Oh, did they?
That game was in a rain delay. Like,
Yeah.
I put it on.
Speaking
I
of
put
which.
it on yesterday. How long was it? It was in a rain delay.
Wow.
3 hours.
3 hours, yeah. I was going to say it was still in a rain delay at like 4
Yeah.
o'clock when I turned it off. I was
On the
like,
bright side, football returns tonight. Hall of Fame game. Lions Chargers.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Sweet.
We now have football every single weekend from here until February.
Oh, for God's sake.
Back to football, baby.
Not that Nick's excited.
Not that I'm excited. And I will not be gambling on tonight's game because I don't know who will play and who won't. Be responsible, folks. Philly weather, 79 degrees, going up to 88 today. But as Dawn and Greg said, rain showers on the way. Heavy downfall. That's going to start around 2 o'clock today. 80% chance of rain. That'll obviously clear out the heat. Friday, 74 and cloudy, but sets up for a beautiful low humidity, low 80s weekend. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Del Ran and talk to Ed. It's been a while. Since the Biden administration left, Ed calls every 6 weeks now. He's not as frequent as he used to be. Hello, Edward.
Hey, it may be hot, but Nick, Dawn, and Greg will always put that phony politician right on the spot.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's good.
You're not wrong.
Hey,
I like
so, listen, years ago when I was 16 years old, this is a long time ago, I heard a woman say one time, if God made anything better for a man than a woman, he kept it a mighty big secret. Well, I agree with that, and I love that Gene commercial.
I do too. I don't know how anybody can not like that Gene commercial. American Eagle's stock is off the charts right now.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
It's amazing, how the left is so out of their freaking minds. It's just, it's on display for everyone to see.
You're right.
This is what I said yesterday. When you give dummies platforms, you get stupid takes.
Yeah.
And this is what happens with TikTok and
Yeah.
Twitter and everything like that. Everybody now has a microphone.
Yep. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah.
Nice to hear from you, Ed. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up next, let's get into it. The CBS News investigation of Jeffrey Epstein's jail video reveals new discrepancies, and we have some of the visuals. So get on over to YouTube if you're not there. You're going to want to see this. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. And also another discovery on the other side where we have Kash Patel coming into a trove. That's right, a trove of sensitive documents found in burn bags in a secret room. Stay there. We're back
You're
after
listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-380-9012. 800-380-9012. Again, that's 800-380-9012.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group.
He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 7:23 as we continue the cut sheet in just over 20 minutes. Jimmy Fallon about 1 hour from now. So I'm surprised because it took Sydney Sweeney to knock the Jeffrey Epstein story off the front page, as well as the Russia collusion hoax, which is being ignored by legacy media. We'll give you some of the details just to talk about how that story is nowhere to be found on CBS, ABC, or NBC. But interesting developments with a CBS News investigation. I've got the story here from CBS. I've also got this abbreviated version from the New York Post with two different interesting insights. And we're going to give you some of the visuals in a moment. But they write the following. In the weeks after Jeffrey Epstein died at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan in August of 2019, then Attorney General William Barr said, quote, his personal review of surveillance footage clearly showed that no one entered the area where Epstein was housed, leading him to agree with the conclusion of the medical examiner that Epstein died by suicide. In a claim that's been repeated by other top federal officials, including FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, who said on Fox News and Fox and Friends in May, quote, there's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. But a CBS News analysis of the video of the FBI that the FBI made public earlier this month reveals that the recording doesn't provide a clear view of the entrance to Epstein's cell block. CBS News also digitally reconstructed the special housing unit where Epstein was held, using diagrams and descriptions from the 2023 report on Epstein released by the Justice Department Inspector General. The CBS News review found the video does little to provide evidence to support claims that were later made by federal officials. Additionally, CBS News has identified multiple inconsistencies between the report and the video that raise serious questions about the accuracy of witness statements and the thoroughness of the government's investigation. The review, CBS writes, doesn't refute the conclusion that Epstein died by suicide, but it raises questions. Those questions would be, what in the blue hell is this mysterious orange shape spotted near Epstein's cell? Now, if you look on YouTube, you're going to see in the top right corner this orange shape figure. Looks like to me a jumpsuit, right?
Oh yeah. Wait. Oh yeah.
Now, Phil, if you can throw up K11, which you'll see inside of Epstein's cell, there's a bunch of jumpsuits.
Huh.
Now, I don't know how many jumpsuits your cell is given. If you're a one-man person, you're one guy in a cell, do you get, I don't know how many is there, 12, 13, I'm just guessing?
Those jumpsuits are blankets.
Those are blankets, yeah. Those
are those blankets?
Yeah. Yeah, those are blankets.
Are we sure?
Yes, 100%.
I can't tell. You guys think that those are sheets and...
Those are blankets.
Okay. Now, if you are coming off of suicide watch, would you be given 37 sheets? Because that's kind of a way you could hang yourself, I would think, right? So, based on the limited video, the New York Post has a briefer version. I love all these mainstream sites. Like these articles are 12 pages long. I'm trying to do a radio show here. Can I get a Cliff Note version for the sake of my audience not falling asleep? Based on the limited video, it's more likely a person. If you want to go back to the first picture.
Yeah, I want to see that.
It's more likely a person in an orange uniform, says Connor McCourt, a retired NYPD sergeant and forensic video expert.
It almost looks like a. It doesn't look orange to me. It looks red, doesn't it? I don't know.
It's really hard to
tell. It's close. Now, I was told, and I can't say who it is, but everybody on this show, I think, knows who I'm referring to. This individual told me a few weekends ago, this guy is well connected in the law enforcement world, that yes, I'm not, because I brought up Epstein to this individual, and this individual told me he's not overly interested in it, and oh, by the way, yes, he died by suicide. Now, when you look at all these inconsistencies, we bring back into the conversation here, do we believe what we have been shown publicly that Epstein killed himself? Because we've gone through it, the camera's not working, well, we don't actually see the door, the autopsy, we've kind of peeled the death around his tier, his cell, who else was on that tier, we've talked about the brother, we've gone from this to that to everything. Does that show you anything that makes you think, yes, he definitely was snuffed out by somebody else? Does this add some skepticism to the thought that he did only kill himself and he acted alone?
No.
What do you make of this?
I make nothing out of this, actually. Like, the headline, you have to see the headline. The headline is very like orange blob. What mysterious orange blob? And you're like, wow, what's that? Yeah. And then you look at the actual video of it or the photo that they have here, and you're like, I don't know.
Now, here's what they write. This is in the CBS report.
Yeah.
The shadowy object seen in video, obtained and reviewed by CBS News, moves up the stairs.
Uh-oh.
To Epstein's cell block at the Metropolitan Correction Center around 10:40 p.m.
This story will never die.
It's
never going.
So that
It's
is
a ghost.
that is not a an orange jumpsuit on a doorknob or a hanger. Based on, and again, the video has not been released. I would like CBS News, if we're in this world of we want transparency, CBS News should release this video of said orange object moving in the direction up the steps to the tier where Epstein was housed, presumably heading toward the cell. Which then, if we see this footage, I think we can infer that somebody in that facility helped Epstein, quote, kill himself.
What's more interesting to me is not really this orange blob. What's more interesting to me is the discrepancy in the surveillance footage. That's what's more interesting, because we're told one thing, then we're told another thing, then we're told another thing, and this actually brings more details into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The other thing that's interesting when we think about the individuals that were housed there, and I don't recall if it was ever released how many different cells were on that tier, if it was 6 or 8 or 10 or 5, whatever it might be. But I would imagine, just a hunch, a gut feeling, Jeffrey Epstein was the most notorious individual on that tier. Does anybody disagree? I mean, there's probably nobody more notorious or, quote, famous, right?
Easily.
So wouldn't it make sense to have more security and more surveillance and more technology specifically on his cell as opposed to Bob Jones in tier 2, right?
Yes. One would think, Nick.
One would think.
This whole thing stinks. The whole thing stinks. Now it's coming out today that there were only 2 witnesses in the grand jury. Like, it's just, this whole thing stinks. And
why don't we just redo the whole trial live on pay-per-view?
Well, here's the
from
thing.
Beginning to end.
Here's the thing about all this is that, with all of this, and I know it's, we all have prurient interest. Is that a word? Yeah, prurient interest in.
It's a good word by you. Where'd you find that one?
In what in what are in these quote unquote files. But the truth of the matter is, Ghislaine Maxwell can testify. She can be granted immunity. She can say whatever she's going to say. At the end of the day, nobody's going to be prosecuted for any of this. Nobody, because it's such. You could poke holes through anything Ghislaine Maxwell says because she's been, she's perjured herself. So like there's nothing she can say that a lawyer couldn't immediately say strike what she says. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So her doing this will help us, the public, to just be like, see, I told you.
Right.
But at the end of the day, nobody's gonna get prosecuted for anything.
No.
Nothing. And so for those of you hoping Bill Clinton goes down for this, he's not. No. For those of you hoping Donald Trump is going to go down for this, he's not. Nobody is. Right. So again, I'm interested in this, but like the majority of people, if you walk down the street, is anybody obsessing over the Epstein thing? No.
Do you think
it's
for those
the kooks online?
Do you think that for those that are interested in this or obsessed with it, that both sides love the fact that this is still lingering out there? Because if you believe politics as far as both sides, they want to distract. Like if you believe in the motto of distract and divide, while the swamp creatures and the 1%, continue to gobble up all the resources. Like they love this then, right? Because we're sitting here bickering over, did he kill himself or was he assisted?
Again, I want to know, and I would like whoever took part in this creep's weird circle to be prosecuted. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
So we're literally, when you say, is this all political? Yes, it is. It's political theater. That's what it is. There's no way of getting around it because at the end of the day, one guy's dead, the other person is in jail. The end. Nobody else.
The other lady killed herself.
Unless they have a video evidence of Bill Clinton or Donald Trump with their pants down with a 13-year-old, nothing is going to happen.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So both sides on this need to just, take a little chill pill about this because at the end of the day, nothing's going to happen to anybody.
They also go on to say, just before 10:40 p.m., an orange shape is seen moving up the stairs leading to Epstein's tier. The report says, through review and analysis of the SHU video footage, witness statements, and BOP records, the OIG determined that approximately at 10:40 p.m., a corrections officer, believed to be Noel, I believe he was one of the two that were suspended for failure of their job, carried linen or inmate clothing up to the L tier, which was the last time any CO, correctional officer, approached the only entrance to the tier in which Epstein was housed. So when you go back to that picture, again, it makes me wonder if that is the footage and or the still shot of this officer carrying linen upstairs, which would explain his jail cell as to why it looks like he's got 14 different sheets or jumpsuits or whatever that actually might be. And again, why would there be so many in that cell? Does he have special privileges because he's Jeffrey Epstein? I would imagine any of those people, especially where their mental state of mind could very well be taking their lives, you get nothing in that cell. You get the structure of your bed, you get your toilet, and probably you're lucky to have a mattress. Other than that, there's probably no objects. There's probably nothing in there that you can self-harm.
And by the way, don't get me wrong about this. I am really interested in the story. I'm very interested in the story, but I'm a sick individual. So like most individuals, most people are not, don't care that much about this. So while I agree that I would like justice to be had on whoever was involved in this and the cover up in this, the likelihood of that actually happening is slim and none. So, again, with this, I'm more interested in the discrepancies, why there's discrepancies, why so many people are going to such lengths to try and make this story go away.
Mm-hmm.
Such lengths is interesting to me. And the narrative around it has changed. There's just so much here.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, will it actually change anything?
The answer is no. So the other side, let me give you the other discovery.
Yeah.
Kash Patel, we're going to the Russia probe. On the media front, the national networks of ABC, CBS, and NBC, they spent, now comparing the initial hoax claim against Trump in 2016 and 2017. Get ready for this. They spent 2,284 minutes on flagship evening newscasts, salivating over every turn. And now, 8 and 9 years later, in the actual stuff that's being released by Tulsi Gabbard and this administration, same networks, have spent 2 minutes and 17 seconds on it. They went from 2,300 minutes to 2 minutes and 17 seconds from what they said Trump was guilty of to now what they are saying this administration, Obama, Comey, Brennan, everybody else is guilty of. That right there is mainstream media in a nutshell. And they're certainly probably not going to cover it today with Kash Patel saying he found a trove of sensitive documents related to the Trump-Russia probe buried in multiple, quote, burn bags in a secret room inside the Bureau. For those who don't know, the burn bag system is used to destroy documents designated as classified or higher. Sources tell Fox News that one of the documents FBI officials found in a burn bag was the classified annex to former special counsel John Durham's final report. The declassification of the classified annex is being done in close coordination between Ratcliffe, Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and Pam Bondi. They go on to say, FBI Director Kash Patel, in a June interview with podcast host Joe Rogan, revealed that he found a room full of documents and computer hard drives that, quote, no one had ever seen or heard of. This is the declassified annex, which will be transmitted to Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, who will ultimately release the document to the public. A source familiar with the contents of the classified annex told Fox that while it may not have been exactly clear in the moment what the intelligent collection meant, with the benefit of hindsight, it predicted the FBI's next move will have alarming specificity. So let's stop right there. Do we believe that whatever is ultimately unsheathed to the American public in light of what Kash Patel, by the way, Kash Patel's he's like Sherlock Holmes. He's like Columbo. It's amazing what he just randomly seems to find. I got to tell you, my BS sniffer's up on this one a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. Matt Taibbi, hat tip to Road Warrior for this. Matt Taibbi has said that these were discovered recently by accident in the move from the Hoover building to the new building. So they were moving boxes and they're like, okay, what's this?
Do we actually believe that something that was supposed to be destroyed, that is, quote, has alarming specificity, is really left behind as far as the previous administration with corruption not covering their tracks? My gut feeling on this is whatever does get released, I sit there and I say, okay, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but what comes of it? Just like Epstein. And that's why I hate, at this point, discussing these two stories, because nothing's going to come of Epstein and nothing's going to come of Trump, Russia, and this whole hoax. And we can sit there and say, you've got somebody dead to right. We can sit here and say, and I've said, look, just give me somebody, for God's sakes, in handcuffs, even if it's somebody as low as Brennan. And I've given up on Obama. He's protected. Hillary Clinton, pipe dream. James Comey, that would be really nice. Mr. Seashell himself. Do they have seashells in the joint? I'd love to know. But I've given up on that actually happening. So, again, it's more political theater, but I do find it interesting. And I always give you my honest reaction. I don't know, when I hear somebody say treasure trove after this guy, Patel and Bongino. I know we did that show months ago or weeks ago where, they all talked a good game and they got into the office and people are disappointed. And honestly, the people that are disappointed are those that are the hardcore followers in Trump's base, right? Like the Charlie Kirks of the world, completely disappointed. Some people on the far right with Trump as far as, believing everything that they were told that they were going to get, calling out the Trump administration for this, roasting Pam Bondi. My gut feeling, this is probably overhyped, like Pam Bondi when she said, oh, Jesse, aisles are on the desk. Oh, Jesse, we've got breaking news. All right, well, then let me see it. Let's be transparent. Same thing with CBS News. I mean, CBS just lost $16 million for lack of transparency by editing the Kamala Harris-Bill Whitaker interview. Release that footage of that orange shape going up the cell. Let us make our own inferences and assumptions based on it. It's hard to really get into it when it's only a still shot photo that is released. They're teasing us a little bit.
Yeah, and you heard I did see, Democrats or some other individuals trying to say, well, they do have burn bags and this could be duplicate information. But why is it then in a secret room? Like, It just sounds weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. The cut sheet is coming up next, 45 minutes from now. Jimmy Fallon will join us. Hopefully his son is out of the bathroom by then. Back after this.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zoli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
$7:46 live on a Thursday morning. Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenelin, Greg Stalker. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. You can also get us now on the iHeartRadio app.
What? So many ways to get us.
Watch us on YouTube. Spotify.
Yeah.
iTunes.
iTunes.
1210WPHT.com.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
What? We're going to start doing...
What?
Exactly. Jimmy Fallon, he's coming up at 8:30.
Yep.
Don't forget, tomorrow, it's a Farish Friday. Sean Farish will join us. Still a couple of other stories to hit on if we get some time here. We have a Kamala Harris update.
We'll get to that, too, because I have audio for that, so we can get to that in the cut sheet.
Yeah. And then also, studyfinds.org. Why this is the summer that could be the toughest test for your testicles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Toughest test for testicles.
You say that 10 times fast. I was choked on my own tongue there. Let's get down to business. What do you got lined up on that old cut sheet?
What's
a lot
on the cut sheet?
What?
As I always do, because I come prepared. What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by who else? Rita's, the official cut sheet sponsor of the summer. And actually the spring, too. Thank you, Rita's. Gummy Bear Ice is back at Rita's. It's a juicy mix of fruity flavors packed with real gummy bears. Try the glittery gummy bear gelati topped with unicorn glitter for a truly magical treat. Stop by before it's gone. Be cool, eat at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for getting on the cut sheet train for the summer. We appreciate you.
Been a good summer cut sheet. Good variety.
As it always is. So yesterday, there was all this stuff about insider trading with Congress. And the volleyball went back and forth and back and forth. Trump, Nancy Pelosi, Josh Hawley got involved. Whole thing. Trump went after Josh Hawley.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
I mean, it was just a whirlwind.
Mm-hmm.
You miss a second, you miss a lot. That's why we have it all here on the cut sheet. 7:45 every morning. Make sure you are here. All right, let's actually start with Trump. This is cut one, talking about Nancy Pelosi. This is what the Nancy Pelosi Act. The Nancy Pelosi Act, right? Banning insider trading. Let's start with cut one, Phil.
You know, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having inside information. She made a fortune with her husband, and I think that's disgraceful. So in that sense, I'd like it, but I'd have to really see I study these things very carefully, and this just happened. So I'll take a look at it. But conceptually, I like it. And what I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated, because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street, save a few. How did that happen? It happened by she knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. She buys stock, and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made. And she ought to be investigated.
No doubt about it.
Yes.
She should be investigated. Of course, nothing will materialize from it. Although I would say, and this is just my belief, of course we have no proof, although the success rates are quite alarming. I think most in Congress are doing insider trading. I think there are a select few that are like, I don't, the 170, that salary, it's good enough. But when you see some of these people living the lifestyles that they are living on a $170,000 to $220,000 salary, but again, go back to what Chappelle said about Trump, with the tax codes and Hillary. I know you're not going to do anything about it because your people benefited from it just like I do, and that's what Trump said in the Chappelle skit on SNL. This is never going to get put into play. There's too many people that profit from it.
Two things I'll say to this. Number one, there's a site, an app.
Yeah.
It's called Autopilot. Did we talk about this already?
I use a different site, but I think we're both on the same page as far as the site where you can track their dealings.
Yeah, so, one claims that they figured out a way, this guy, Chris Josephs, figured out how to follow and mimic her Nancy Pelosi specifically.
Correct.
And their return is it's like unheard of. It's like in the 30-something, 34%.
Yeah.
So, that's incredible that they figured this out.
Mm-hmm.
They can track her. But I did see, what's her name? The pretty brunette, Anna Luna.
Paulina.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anna Paula Luna.
So now
Florida,
she's,
right?
She's Florida. She's stunning.
She's a kook.
Well.
By the way, also opensecrets.org is the other one. Opensecrets.org. You can see every dollar that goes to these people, who they're getting money from. Like Liz Warren gets a big check from Big Pharma.
Well, Open Secrets. So, you can go there. We use that as a news source, right? But this is an investments guy who created an app called Autopilot, and the app enables, if you're a user, to track and then mirror the trades of notable politicians and investors. And they have one specifically, Nancy and Paul Pelosi.
Well, because their success rate is off the charts.
It is.
You know, I always look at it and compare it to like sports betting. If you can win 57 or 58% of your sports bets, you're in the 1%. And then if you ran into somebody who was hitting 80% of his sports bets, you'd be like, is he privy to inside information? Like, how's that possible?
I mean, the Pelosi's absolutely should be investigated 100%, but both sides. I want both sides culpable for this. You know what I mean?
Well, Anna Paulina Luna says she's going to start. She's in a battle. Claims she's going to start naming names.
Wow.
And she says that Greg Stalker is 100% correct. She says she's being pressured mostly by her own Republican Party to basically shut it. So she claims they're all doing this, and it's a big perk. As we've said, they make a base of $179,000 a year, and this is a perk of the job, and they don't want to give it up.
Nancy Pelosi, for her entire life, has been on the government dole, and yet she lives in San Francisco in that gated house, and you know what I mean? Like, it's just it's ridiculous. She was on with Jake Tapper, throwing down with
this is great.
The Tapster. Roll this.
This afternoon, President Trump mentioned you, and he made an allegation about your investments. I want to roll that clip and then give you a chance to respond.
Can you hang on a second? Stop it for a second. Can you go back for a second? Like the licking of the
what is that?
It's the dentures. The dentures. She has to make sure they're
adhesive.
They're not. Yes, the thank you, Nick.
The adhesive.
It's the adhesive.
Yeah.
Like she
Right. She doesn't have just veneers.
Right. She's made a fortune.
Just go away already.
Wouldn't it be a hoot if Jake Tapper said, "Oh, you know, not because he's from Philadelphia." You go, not for nothing, but you made all this money on this insider trading. Could you just get some implants?
Yeah. When Jake Tapper's the more credible person in the conversation, you know the person you're interviewing is a real skunk.
Roll this. Sorry, one more time.
Mentioned you, and he made an allegation about your investments. I want to roll that clip and then give you a chance to respond.
Somebody in the truck
seemed to be having some sort of it was. Let me just read what he said. I'm sorry that we had some sort of technical issue. Nancy Pelosi became rich.
Why do you have to read that? We're here to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid. That's what I agreed to come to talk about.
But I wanted
what that means in the election.
I wanted to give you a chance just to respond. He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. If they are prosecuted and they go to jail. But because of the confidence it instills in the American people, don't worry about this.
Don't worry about it.
But I have no concern about the obvious investments that had been made over time. I'm not into it. My husband is, but it isn't anything to do with anything insider. But the president has his own exposure, so he's always projecting. He's always projecting. And let's not give him any more time on that, please. We're going forward here. And I'm very proud of my family. And while he might make fun of us, while somebody inspired by him breaks into our home and hits my husband in a deadly fashion, hits my husband over the head, and he thinks that's a riot, I'd rather not go into some of my other complaints about him right now. Rather to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid and Medicare. What a triumph. a great pillar of economic and health security for the American people. We had over the weekend a Caring Across Generations initiative of a 60-hour vigil of all of us taking turns, myself, my daughter, my granddaughter, and all the rest taking turns over 60
Come on,
hours,
Jake, step in, buddy.
To tell
Don't let her
stories
filibuster.
of how
Let's go, Strapper.
What all this means in people's lives. We, since all this has emerged, have had 300,000 calls from our Californians to people in Republican-held
awful.
districts.
And a bad Zoom connection.
I was just going to say that.
Constituents to call their...
They're using the same computer we use.
Their Republican members of Congress who have voted for
Think about
this
how he interrupts.
shameful,
Everybody, yes.
filthy, stinking, lousy,
Yes.
rotten, anything.
Think
but
about how he
beforehand.
interrupted
And now
Laura
we're
Trump
engaged
and
in
this.
Save
And
Medicare
this, he lets this
Today
fossil go on.
Just steamroll him.
Oh, God. Quiet.
Yeah.
Quiet, Grandma.
And
Yeah.
I put a dark vampire hex on your video and audio. That's why I couldn't play.
By the way, nothing against grandmas, because grandmas
No,
are
we love
lovely.
grandmas.
Right, exactly.
I just mean Nancy Pelosi's.
Do you think, I mean, she sits there and says, yeah, I'd be willing to sign off on that and vote yes to prevent it from happening and no trading and all of that.
Well, then do it.
Yeah. And because she's made her money, so she doesn't care at this point. But if it ever reached to the point where we got to the floor and there was a vote and you had to put your name to it, yay and nay and yes and no, could you imagine the blowback for all of the people that would vote no? I mean, they would just be basically admitting that, they're involved in this. But let me ask you this from a journalistic standpoint, because it seemed like she agreed to go on to talk about a said subject. And I know we like it and I love it, and you should be able to answer anything on the fly. Is Tapper out of line for
No.
bringing that up?
Nope.
If she agreed to talk about what
No.
the segment was supposed to be about?
No, because
Okay.
it's news.
Yes.
It's breaking
Yeah.
news, and of course, when you come on, you know the gig.
The one thing I will say, which I'm sure you'll agree with, is that maybe Jake Tapper should have come out and said, Nancy Pelosi is here to speak about whatever Medicare, Medicaid. We will get to that, I promise you. I just want to ask you about this breaking news first.
Yes. Sure.
And then go into it. That's maybe, but no, and nothing's out of line. She's a freaking, she's a government worker. She answers to us.
That's right.
And these anchors, these pundits are supposed to be the voice of us. They're not.
Right.
But they're supposed to be.
Well, it's infuriating because you're right. They work for us. They get paid by our
Yes.
tax dollars.
Yes.
And then if they are guilty of doing this, allegedly, they take our money and then multiply it in a corrupt fashion.
I will say this. This is the biggest problem I have with news media. And this goes for both sides, but this is mainly the mainstream media, is that they will sell their souls for access. And they don't want to, Jake Tapper, because he wants to have Nancy Pelosi back, is not going to step on her toes because he wants to have her back. And they should care more about getting answers of questions that their constituents or their people want to know, and less about, well, if we upset Nancy, she might not come back again.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, that happens on radio stations like this one too.
Yep.
So that's why we don't have guests here, because I just want honest opinions.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have people that constantly come on your show, you can't really be objective about said people, right?
True.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Although if I'm Tapper or if I'm any of these people, and all of these people have the networks have ratings, if Nancy Pelosi's not a tune-in for my audience, then I wouldn't care about the relationship, right? Like if she's not a boost for my ratings, then I'd be like, you know what? I'm just going to go in on her, and if she can't handle hard-hitting questions, then she doesn't have to come back. That's the way I would look at it. But
so with this, by the way, this stock banning or whatever it is 100% right. Josh Hawley got the ire of the president up because he voted with the Democrats because he didn't like some of the provisions in it.
Oh.
And he voted with the Democrats, so he kind of has a point. But then he met with Trump and then groveled and bended the knee and then apologized.
Kiss the ring.
Trump called him a second-tier senator. Josh Hawley, second-tier senator. He was on with Jesse Waters last night. Roll this.
I had a good chat with the president earlier this evening, and he reiterated to me he wants to see a ban on stock trading by people like Nancy Pelosi and members of Congress, which is what we passed today. I think it is absolutely vital we put a stop to this. Pelosi shouldn't just be investigated. She should be prosecuted. And we need to make what she is doing and other members of Congress is doing illegal. I mean, you shouldn't be able to go up to Congress and get rich by trading on information that only you have and not members of the public. Right now, lots of members of Congress are getting by with it. We need to make the whole thing illegal.
So when you spoke to the president, did he explain why he called you second tier?
Well, I think that the president, a number of people who are opposed to banning stock trading had said to the president that he would be covered by the bill. He'd have to sell Mar-a-Lago and sell assets. Not the case at all. The president and the vice president, all their assets are totally exempted. And here's the point.
Pause. Why are the president and vice president exempt from this?
Because they have to be in a blind trust. So the difference is that when you're president of the United States or vice president, all of your assets must go into then that's everybody. They have to go into a blind trust. The difference with Trump and you're going to get both sides is that the Trump family still has a business. And so that's a little, maybe what some say is can't. That no president can, Nick. They cannot because they.
I mean, technically, Nancy Pelosi just has her husband do it.
Right.
So, like,
I mean,
there are ways around that. Is what I'm saying.
Is Eric Trump or Don Jr. or
that's your point.
You get insider information. You have some stuff. You can do this, and it's in the name. I'm not just calling out Trump. I'm calling out all the like. I don't understand why presidents and vice presidents. I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why they need to be exempt from this. That's all I'm saying, and that's what Trump had an issue with, according to Josh Hawley. And Josh Hawley was like, yeah, no, it's fine. So then they kissed and made up, and it was fine. I just think it's a little sleazy. I don't know. Keep going.
He would be covered by the bill. He'd have to sell Mar-a-Lago and sell assets. Not the case at all. The president and the vice president, all their assets are totally exempted. And here's the point. This is what we talked about. The point of this bill is to ban members of Congress from trading on the information that only they have. I've supported this bill for years, Jesse. I think we call it the Pelosi Act. It is named for her because she is the poster child of this kind of behavior. It ought to be illegal and it ought to be prosecutable. So.
I agree with the bill. I'm just saying that, like, saying that presidents and vice presidents should be exempt from it, I think is a little, not
Question
right.
is, where do you draw the line? I mean, how far do you go down the family tree? Does that mean Kai Trump can't trade? You can say, well, I'm going to stop the president. I'm going to stop the first lady. I'm going to stop the vice president. I'm going to stop the vice president's spouse. Siblings. Well, what about grandchildren? What about Kai Trump's friend? What about Don Jr.'s golf buddy?
All I'm
Where
saying
do you draw
is,
the line on? Because if somebody wants to corruptly line their pockets, they'll find a way.
All I'm saying is in this, and Trump excluded because he had wealth before he became president, is that, like, all of these politicians and all of these presidents come into office making set amount of money and they leave bajillionaires.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders.
And it is like you say, well, it's book deals. It's this, that. It's
well,
not.
That's what Bernie tried to claim.
It's corruption.
I've done well with my books.
That's what it is. It's corruption with this. Yeah. So I'm all for that. But, like, let's not, like, I'm fine making Nancy Pelosi the spokesperson for this. But, like, there are other ones. In fact, Nick, didn't you read some stats that said a couple weeks ago who the richest members or who made the most off the stock market or something like that?
Yeah.
I don't even think she was on that list, was she?
No, she had a down stretch. she had a couple of bad nuggets of info, I think. It was months ago that we did that little exercise. I can find it for you, though.
But I will say, the reason not as many people are talking about the executive branch with this, I've just looked it up because not just the blind trust that we talked about that everybody has, the Presidential Conflicts of Interest Act, that's of 2017, requires the president, vice president, and all of their families. It's extensive. And so there is a different, tougher set of standards, avoiding personal gain and insider trading, the blind trust, the divestiture, and disclosure requirements. It goes down the list. So if they were going to go through that with the executive branch, that would be a whole separate chapter.
Yeah.
But I think for this one, for all congressional members, that's something that, according to Anna Paulina Luna, I couldn't remember, the clips are from, she was on with Jesse Waters last night. I just saw some of her clips when I was looking through early this morning. But she is threatening to name names and bring this to the House floor and to get a vote and to get everybody on record. And she claims that people with her own party, not just Democrats.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. She mentioned leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so she's now threatening and saying this needs to go through. They need to stop the insider trading. And so there's like this battle brewing.
Yeah, well, she better be accurate and have the receipts, or that's a
right,
lawsuit waiting to happen. So the top performers, I'll just give you a few. Rep. David Rouser, Republican from North Carolina, achieved impressive returns in 2024 with stocks like NVIDIA, MasterCard, and Visa. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Democrat from Florida, achieved impressive returns in 2024 with trades and companies under the House Energy Subcommittee's jurisdiction. Then, of course, you have Nancy Pelosi, consistently features amongst the top performers, notably from her and her husband's trades, which often align with legislative developments. Then you have the most active traders. Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, recorded thousands of trades, significant volume through July of this year. And there's a full list. There's Democrats, there's Republicans, there's based on sheer transactions, and then, of course, the return on your investments. And it's bipartisan. There's a lot of people that are just hitting at rates that probably guys on Wall Street wish they were.
I think the best thing they can do,
Yeah.
These sites where they figured out, how to track them is release it on a very transparent website and show what everybody's doing day to day. I mean, just show it. Just if nothing else, that their spouses, all of it, that they, just have to release and disclose, make it all public.
Yep.
And that would even, to Greg's point, as far as, presidents a lot of times, it's after the fact. Remember Bill and Hillary Clinton? And remember Bill kind of shut up about it because he was like, hey, he was thrilled. He was giddy.
Yeah.
He was like, Hillary and I, we got filthy rich. We're millionaires.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? And then you could tell, Hillary was murdering him with her eyes, and then he shut up about it.
How many times do you think she killed him with her eyes?
Oh, my gosh.
Dick Blumenthal, Connecticut's on this list.
Yeah, another creep.
Rob Bresnahan, Republican from Pennsylvania, on this list in the most active category. What else is on here that we would know that we've mentioned? There's a lot of people on here that are not really notable. But
most active, but what are the profits?
Well, the top performers were Pelosi, Larry Bucshon, Republican from Indiana, Morgan McCarvey, Democrat from Kentucky, Roger Williams, Republican from Texas, Ron Wyden, Democrat from Oregon, and I mentioned Rouser and Wasserman Schultz, Democrat, Republican, North Carolina, Florida, respectively.
Yeah, because maybe it should also be like an IQ test, because if somebody's highly active and they're losing money, they're an idiot.
Right.
Yeah.
Also explains why they never read any of the bills that go into law. They're too busy trading all the time.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. I need 40 more people to hit that like button. I'm at 160 likes. I need 40 more people to hit that like button so we can get to 200. Can you be the 200 like? Do it right now. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Dawn yesterday was asking, or the day before was asking about that woman who was brutally beaten. Actually, the man and the woman, but the woman who was knocked out in Cincinnati from that after that jazz festival. Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno releases photos of the woman who was brutally beaten in Cincinnati after a local council member said she deserved the beatdown. What?
Yeah. An elected official said it was justified.
Councilwoman Victoria Park said she was grateful that the woman, Holly, they're putting her name in quotations, I don't think she wants to give her name, was beaten unconscious. Moreno is now calling out local leadership for failing the victims of the horrific attack. He tweeted out, this is Holly, you can put it out. This is Holly. She wanted to have a nice evening out. You can put the photo up, Phil. She wanted to have a nice evening out with friends and said she got this. Holly gave me, look at that. Jesus mighty.
Oh, my God.
The whole eye is just...
Holly gave me permission to release the photos so that others will never suffer what she did, said at Bernie Moreno. Knocked out unconscious. Look at Jesus, man.
Yeah. Black eye.
And by the way, guys, can I just say this? She was hit by a guy.
Yeah. What a coward.
A guy.
Yeah.
A guy hit her. Like, I know they caught... Don, they caught 3 people, two guys and a female.
Yeah, they issued arrest warrants for a number of them, I think 5, but they've only caught 2 or 3. And one of them, they already released on a $400.
I saw that.
For Christ's sake.
$400.
And somebody with a past record of violence. And this woman, if you look at her, and he only punched her one time. And the bruising extends down to her neck.
Yep. Look at that.
Look at her.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my God. She had been bleeding. She was knocked out cold, hit the pavement.
She's lucky her whole eye socket wasn't fractured.
Well,
Maybe it was.
And a concussion, Nick.
Yeah.
She not only was that a powerful punch to a petite woman, but also she was knocked out cold. So she hit her head on that pavement. You're talking about a concussion.
Yep.
And we just wait for it, because no doubt, because there were no police there. that you know that there's going to be a lawsuit
Mhm.
because if you go to a major festival that's advertised, she's out. She's in a pretty little summer dress. She's out. There was a birthday party and a festival, music festival. You know, you have. I think it's reasonable to say that you're going to go there and feel safe in your city and have some police. There were no police right there anywhere in the vicinity.
I'm telling you, the fact that this councilwoman, and I didn't even hear that this councilwoman said what she said about this woman. I'm telling you, because the left and the media does not like this narrative, they're going to dig into this woman's past and they're going to try and find something that she said one time or she did one time. Say, see, she deserved this because they're creeps.
Yep.
Ugh. God. Yeah, it's absolutely disgraceful. You know what? They should take the guy who punched her. I have an idea, and we can put this on pay-per-view. We can crazy glue his testicles to a floor, give him a dull knife, and set the house on fire. And see what he does first.
You haven't thought that through, have you? You haven't been planning this one, have you?
I'm telling you, this is I'm ratings bonanza.
Right.
Ratings bonanza.
So do you want to get burned alive,
Yes.
or are you willing? You're like the guy in Saw.
Yep. A dull knife, a very dull knife. You can cut yourself free, but you have to cut off your male parts.
Well, I mean, studyfinds.org does say summer long balls, why hot weather can be tough on the testicles. Yeah, I've got a full study here talking about fertility, a temperature control system.
That was a segue.
Yeah.
From
male readers may have noticed.
Dawn, I have so many ideas.
This is,
and I want to televise them all.
You've heard of Dark MAGA? This is Dark Greg.
Yeah.
A new segment.
This is Dark Stalker. This is really amazing. By the way, if you want to read this is a very detailed study. Studyfinds.org. This is the shout out to all the men in the audience, right?
Yep.
It's been hot. It's been humid. Learn about what the heat's doing to your pills.
Come to me for ideas of how to torture these animals. You want them to never do this again? I'm your guy.
You are a
brand manager for criminals.
How do we lower recidivism in America?
Yeah,
we hire Greg Stalker.
This and the person who did this too. I'll come up with a creative idea of how to get rid of this person too. Virginia City Councilman Lee Volger was set on fire after an unhinged lunatic doused him with fuel at his workplace. 29-year-old Shotzi Michael Buck Hayes is accused of carrying out the attack. Hayes allegedly confronted the Danville City Councilman at his office at Showcase Magazine before dumping a 5-gallon bucket of gas on him. Volger then ran out of the office, but was followed by Hayes, who was then able to set him on fire. I believe this was like his coworker or somebody who witnessed it. Roll this. And you can see the gentleman.
I'm Andrew Brooks. I am the publisher and owner of Showcase Magazine. Today, our coworker Lee Vogler was attacked in our office. An individual forced his way into our office carrying a 5-gallon bucket of gasoline and poured the gasoline on Lee. Lee attempted to flee, ran to the front of the building. The individual followed him and set him on fire. Lee identified his attacker as a man named Shotzi Buck. We don't know if that's his real name or a nickname. Lee is awake and talking and en route to the Burn Center in Lynchburg. Our hearts and prayers are with him. Everyone here at Showcase, we don't even really know what to say. We're cooperating with the police. Our associate publisher is currently being interviewed by the police at the police station. This type of senseless act of violence has to stop. You do not have the right as a human being to get upset with someone enough to lash out and attempt to harm them in any way, much less this way.
Do we know what political party the councilman represents?
No.
No.
Young guy.
Yeah. He looks very young in that photo. Some people say eye for an eye. Stalker, you're about setting people on fire in a house with their testicles glued?
Well, if this guy is found guilty of this, my idea is strap them down, put peanut butter on their area.
You take your pills today?
And unleash fire ants.
Oh my God.
Well, Sean Farish, he'll take care of the fire ants for you. I mean,
Road Warrior says Stalker should legit be put on 24-hour surveillance.
Yeah, and no extra jumpsuits for Stalker. Stalker doesn't get the Epstein benefit with 30 sheets. Stalker gets nothing in his cell but a metal toilet.
No, you all love it, and you know it. These are criminals I'm talking about. These are deranged humans that don't deserve to breathe.
Yeah, you know what? Eye for an eye. Do what ISIS was doing 10, 15 years ago. They'd stick people in cages and light them on fire and let them burn.
Yeah.
If that guy's found guilty, give it right back to him.
I want to go to 13 here. We talk a lot about. By the way, let me just look at the like count here too, because I want to make sure that we are hitting all our metrics today. 222 likes. I need 80 people right now to go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit that like button. I need to get over 300. 80 people. Get off my YouTube. Get on over there right now. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Be the 300th like. I'll call you out. Maybe. We talk a lot about squatters here. Squatters.
Yeah.
Well, squatting has come to Philadelphia. This courtesy of the Daily Wire.
I'm sure we're treating it just the way Florida does, right?
A Philadelphia
graveyard dead.
Yeah, not likely. A Philadelphia landlord is fighting to evict squatters who broke into her rental property and have been living there for over 2 months. Nadia Smith tells the Daily Wire that a couple with 5 young children, just think about this, parents with 5 kids broke into this house. Boy, they have those 5 have a great life ahead of them, don't they?
Yeah.
Broke into the house in April or May, at which point they began trashing the home. She was first made aware of the squatters in June when her business partner, Richard Watson's parents, received an anonymous call about the intruders. So the Daily Wire, to their credit, did a where's our local media with this? Why is the Daily Wire a national publication, a national organization doing stories like this? Where's 6ABC?
Yep. Where's the Inquirer?
Roll this.
They are not the rightful owners. I am the rightful owner. And I can't understand why it's so hard to eject someone who has no right to your place, your home, and something that you've worked so hard for.
My name is Nadia Smith, and my partner and I own a property on Thomas Ave in Philadelphia. It's a row home in Philadelphia.
It's beautiful though inside. Look at that.
Property in 2015.
Look at that.
As an investment property. And since we've purchased it, it has been rented pretty much the whole time.
Yeah.
I think it was in May. Rich stopped by the property just to check on it. The tenant was a former friend of his family, so when he saw some furniture inside the property, so he assumed it was her property or her furniture, so he didn't think much of it. On or around June 6th or 7th, earlier that week, Rich's parents had gotten several phone calls regarding someone actually in the home. His parents went by the home on Saturday, June 7th, and when they went by, there was a young man in the home. His name is Antonio Stewart.
You have a key? Yes. You don't have no key?
Yes.
For where?
For both of them. That's what
Where's, which, what of what?
I'm telling you, I have
for
the
what?
key for the lock. I have the key.
No. Did somebody go through the back?
Some other guy.
So who's the other guy?
Some other guy.
I don't know his name.
And then he claimed he had a lease, on the property, which we know he did not. He had a fake lease.
When do you move in here?
It's like
it's like
Rich's parents called the police. At the time, the police told them that they did not have the right to actually file a police report because they were not the legal homeowners. So the following week, which was the Friday the 13th, I drove down to Philadelphia because I don't live in Philadelphia, and went by the home.
When I went by the home, I called the police department to let them know that someone had broken into the home because it was breaking and entering. Because the back door was broken, the police wanted to turn it into a squatting instead of a breaking and entering situation, which is exactly what it is. I have illegal trespassers in the home who are squatting who broke through the back door.
Wow.
I would love to know just how this legally was put into play, where there's nothing you can do for somebody that just decides to occupy property that they have no right to. And I don't know what the punishment is for you as the owner or landlord physically removing them, but if it was me and I owned a rental and somebody occupied it, I would get as many people as I possibly can. We would physically remove those individuals, and then if I get arrested and go to jail for it, so be it. It's totally fine by me. Be well worth it.
You can't though, right?
No, this is
well. You're gonna get prosecuted, but I think it would be worth it. I would do it.
This issue makes my blood boil because these squatters, they know in blue cities like Philadelphia, they get away with it.
Yep.
The police, their hands are tied.
Yep.
And so there's nothing.
But how did we arrive at that point?
Oh, gee, I wonder how. There's a woman who you guys met her, and I have begged her to come on the air and talk about this. A beautiful blonde career woman, young woman who works for a corporation. I won't say her name, obviously, but she was actually at our Families Behind the Badge event last December, like mid-December. Remember that in Old City?
Mm-hmm.
So she had bought a property in Philadelphia, and much like this, but she was renovating it to live in it.
Yeah.
And spent a ton of money on it. These squatters, they know what they're doing. So this guy moves in, has pictures, sets up his pictures. She discovers him. The police can't do anything. This has been a battle that she's been dealing with, a legal battle for years. Had to pay lawyers. Yeah. She got in trouble. To your point, Nick, this is the petite, young woman. She got in trouble.
But the police can't do anything or won't do anything?
No, the police's hands are tied because of the city, all these ordinance, and this is this progressive party and all this crud. And
so there's actually legislation that says on pay, and people voted to put this into action.
And so she moved the pictures out because she was like, this guy broke, like this lady, okay? And this guy, like, so she made the mistake of moving the pictures out, and she was like, get out of this is my property. So the guy then has a lawyer. They have a lawyer. They know what to do. And so then by the time you finally get them out of there, they've trashed your property. It's like, so basically you have, and they do this to women. So to me, I think and to this nice Nadine, she needs to say this is sexist. They target women owners.
Yep.
And they know what they're doing, but you need to get dogs, big dogs, and go in there with your dogs. You need to shut down all the power and the water and everything.
Yep.
And you need to be a person who's not going to tell the truth, and you need to get you and your dogs and your own personal methods and get that person out, because there's nobody that's going to help you.
I know somebody who does this who said literally the only thing you can do is to set fire to the house, honestly, and just watch them come out like cockroaches.
Yep.
That's basically all you can do. But then you'd be destroying your own property.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So there's literally nothing you can do in situations like this. And the laws that are on the books are horrendous.
It's horrible.
It is.
And we need to say it. Look at the record. It's mostly women owners like Nadine.
Tom Walsh.
They target them. It's sexist.
Tom Walsh, you're 100% correct. You can't even cut off the utilities. You can't.
Well, you need to.
You can't cut off the utilities. Like it is disgraceful what can happen. And these people know that these laws exist, and they just take advantage of it because they can. Nick, talk to us about Piazza.
Yes, absolutely. Piazza Auto Group, all of the brands on fire right now, but Mazda right now this summer, they want to give you more. That's right, more style, more thrills, and ultimately more savings. For a limited time, you can get 1.9% financing for 60 months. That would be 5 years on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, the CX-50 Hybrid. We can move up in size, the CX-70 or the CX-90. That's just 1.9% financing, plus available now, lease offers, and more. Don't wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you Today, visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Route 202, or Piazza Mazda of Reading on Pottsville Pike. Or you can do it right now before Jimmy Fallon comes up online at piazzamazda.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLUE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLUE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLUE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's here. Rescue Natural Supplements' biggest thank you for the entire year. Their customer appreciation sale is on, and it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you. Right now, stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles, plus your order will ship for free. Just use the code VIP50 at checkout, whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, joint health. It's all there. It's your chance to feel your best for less. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-LIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, well, now's the best time to give them a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. Use that code VIP50 at res-q.com.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee If your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
That's right, Kayal and Company live on a Thursday morning, Saturday, August 9th, fast approaching. What is that you say? Soul Joel's, Pottstown, the place to be, because Jimmy Fallon will be there. You hear him weeknights at 7 right here on WPHT. You see him on Fox on Saturday evenings. Fox Across America. The great Jimmy Fallon with us again on a Thursday. Jimmy, is your son okay, or is he still in the men's room looking at the Sydney Sweeney ad?
The Sydney, listen, it's a bad situation. I'm thinking about sending in a copy of the new Lena Dunham show. Calm things down. The little boys liked Lena Dunham.
Yes.
It's not Lena Dunham, Sydney Sweeney. And you know what's funny? You talk about me being on your air every night at 7. I think we have to retitle the show because we talked so much about breasts last night. I think the show is Porkies Across America. We got to change.
I love it. I love it. You talk about as much breasts, about as many breasts as you want. How about that?
Nick, did you guys mention that insane line in the Atlantic?
Yes. Yes. About conservatives and loving boobs, right?
Yeah, conservatives saying it's okay, we're free to love boobs.
Yep.
I don't know, like, whoever wrote this, but I don't know that we were living in an anti-boob society.
I mean,
hey, Jimmy, we voted out the boob.
Yeah, we did.
You know?
And it's all about
boobs and money, money and boobs.
Exactly.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, man.
You said a lot today. I'm concerned about you.
Jimmy, I'm going to have to fire myself soon.
Yeah.
He's self-deporting.
So let's do the Sydney Sweeney thing real fast, and then I want to get to Colbert. This woman, this is cut 5, Phil. This woman says the American Eagle Sydney Sweeney ad brought back her childhood trauma as a brown girl.
Woosah.
All right, roll this.
I really wasn't going to weigh in on this, but here we go. It is so difficult to grow up as a person of color, specifically a woman.
Pause.
View yourself
Pause. Look at, first of all, she's doing a video on a phone that costs thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
The house she's in, I don't know, like, it looks fairly nice. Her skin is beautiful. She's in a towel. She's putting on her makeup, and her life is so tough.
Yeah.
It's so tough, guys. It's so tough.
Yeah, she's mortified.
I listen, I want to show some grace here because I remember when I was driving a cab 94 hours a week and living out of a Nike shoebox, whenever things got stressful, I threw out a towel in my mansion and emoted to my $1,200 iPhone. This woman's really in the thick of it, Greg.
She is. She really is, guys.
The struggle is real.
The struggle is real.
By the way, she's a light-skinned woman. You can see her tan line.
Yeah, she's beautiful. She's beautiful. Relax, sweetie.
Possibly white.
Life is going to be fine for you, sweetie. All right, start it over. No, Phil, start it over. Go.
I really wasn't going to weigh in on this, but here we go. It is so difficult to grow up as a person of color, specifically a woman, and view yourself as beautiful in any sense of the word growing up in this country. I remember growing up in a predominantly white community, wishing myself out of this body, out of this culture. Take my name if it meant that I could wake up blonde-haired and blue-eyed, never having to explain who I am or worry about being accepted. That is why this American Eagle ad with Sydney Sweeney is especially off-putting. There's a lot of rhetoric right now online about the political ideologies that this represents, and I don't discount that, but for me, I can't help but think about the 13-year-old brown girl who gets all her denim at American Eagle, who already struggles to see her beauty and worth in a world that continues to value white, Eurocentric beauty standards, which I naively thought by this point we would have moved the needle on. And this girl is now wishing she too could wake up with blonde hair and blue eyes. It took me so long, too long in my life to look in the mirror and see beauty. And I hate that continues to be a shared experience for young brown girls in this country.
You know, Jimmy, I don't know if you did the research or not, but less than 1% of Americans have blue eyes and blonde hair. I thought the left was all for minorities.
I mean, but if we were going to get technical, okay, 3 of the 5 highest paid models of the last 25 years, Naomi Campbell, Tyra Banks, and a denim model called Beyonce.
Thank you.
If only a black woman could make some money in the fashion industry. Like, it's all pretend. And this is the moment that I'm actually thankful for. Okay. 5 years ago, you guys know this, American Eagle might have apologized.
Yeah.
Because brands used to run from backlash, whether it was justified or not. They just didn't want the smoke. That's how cancel culture became a thing. But as people started to push back against it, we exposed this for what it is. This is performative nonsense, and we need to bring back sliming. Remember Nickelodeon? You do that on television, sliming. How much better is that ad if this gorgeous rich girl in the mansion is doing the woe is me, and she just gets slimed, and that's the end of the video? Wouldn't it course correct the world?
And everybody's jumping on the bandwagon now. Dunkin' Donuts just put out an ad with this washboard ab white dude from Texas who became the king of summer. People are melting down over that. Sophie Cunningham is now the chick from the Indiana Fever. She's a spokesperson for Arby's. All of a sudden, blonde and blue eyes is back in style.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it gives me hope because, as you know, I have blonde hair, blue eyes, and big breasts. So,
yeah, the man boobs
I don't have a denim campaign by the end of this hit. There's the justice.
Go see Jimmy Fallon August 9th at Soldiers in Pottstown, PA. Tickets available at foxacrossamerica.com, foxacrossamerica.com. Because, seriously, what else are you doing? What a gorgeous night in Pottstown on August 9th. What a lovely way to spend your night on August 9th in Pottstown, PA with Jimmy Fallon.
Plus, American Eagle will be closed by then anyway.
And a bunch of 1210 WPHT listeners. Jimmy, I want to get your take on this. Stephen Colbert has really learned his lesson because he's really bringing out the big guns for his guests these days. His guest last night was Elisa Slotkin.
What?
So, and you'll be happy to know that they talked about. I mean, this was hysterical. They talked about the deep state. So,
sounds funny.
I'm just gonna play a little bit of this for you guys.
Conspiratorially minded people out there like to think that some of the trouble the United States has is because of what they call the deep state.
Right.
Okay. And as a former spy, is there a deep state? What do they mean by deep state?
Yeah, I wish people.
Can you imagine you're on CBS, Jimmy, and you're trying to get this isn't Fox News, this isn't MSNBC, this isn't CNN. You're trying to get the biggest audience possible on CBS, right? That's their goal. And he has Elisa Slotkin, and he's talking about the deep state.
It could have been worse. They could have talked abortion.
I'm sure they got there, Nick.
Yeah.
I mean, but that is the difference. You look at me, you look at my audience. We ain't talking about the deep state. We're talking about deep dish. That's what we're talking about. It's relatable. It doesn't discriminate. But you know what he's doing, man? We all know this. He wants to get fired bad because he wants the martyr status now. There's no chance that he's on the air till May. And that's why he's doubling down on all of this stuff. But again, nobody asked for it. That's the point. Nobody wanted it. And you can be political all day. You can be political, but you're not supposed to take yourself seriously is the point. Okay. Leno, when Bill Clinton was president, okay, you know, Leno spoke out this week and he's like, it's not supposed to be about your views. But Bill Clinton was president, so he did make fun of him every night, but it never looked malicious. It never looked like he was trying to change the way you vote. It just looked like there were a lot of rim shots to be told about a guy who banged an intern with a cigar. That's what it looked like. It wasn't like, and when the midterms come, they weren't doing that. Okay.
Well, Jimmy, I said this to Greg off the air. I said I was listening to the beginning of your show last night. I was in my truck driving around. I had to do some errands. I hear you in the beginning. You say you don't do a show just for Republicans, just for Democrats. You do a show for America. And your Twitter profile or your X profile says, be a Republican, be a Democrat, just don't be a expletive. If these late night comedy shows would adopt your mantra, their audiences would be substantially bigger.
Yes, they'd be winning because that's the point. It's Shark Tank, man. You want to pitch a product that as many people can buy as humanly possible. Right. Imagine walking onto the set of Shark Tank and be like, "Now hear me out. I got the product that gives 55% of the population the middle finger and tells them you're not welcome here." Now from there, okay, it's on this platform that's shrinking in relevance and user engagement, and I'm going to accelerate the decline with a niche of guests that nobody. Funny. Who's with me? Where's everybody going?
In other news, Kamala Harris has dropped out. She's decided to not run for governor of California, right? And the speculation, and this is the speculation from her own side, David Axelrod said this is 24, that if she lost the governor's race in California, it would be the end of her political career. Roll this.
I wasn't particularly surprised by it. You know, when I saw it, I thought of something that my old pal James Carville once said, which is running for president is like sex. You don't just do it once and forget about it. Kamala Harris has run for president twice. In 2020 and in 2024, she came within a point and a half of the presidency. And running for governor of California, as powerful a position as it is, would be a step back. So it wasn't surprising to me. And it's clear that you read her statement that she is setting herself up to run. And Caitlin, she will begin as the polling leader in any race for president just by dint of having been the nominee the last time. But a lot of Democrats want to turn the page on all of that and look forward. And so it's not going to be easy for her, but it wouldn't have been a slam dunk in a governor's race either. And losing a governor's race would have been the end of her political career.
Boy, Jimmy, the biggest winner here is the state of California as a resident. You're going to lose Gavin Newsom and you're going to avoid Kamala. That's a win-win.
I know. You know who's devastated? U-Haul. Oh, man. So
Nick Hale's buddy Michael LaRosa was on one of the shows, I think CNN, says that he fully expects, and he was, he's a Dem strategist, but he was also like one of the higher ups for Joe Biden, right?
Yeah, he was one of Jill's personal handlers.
Yep.
And he was also the guy that was having gay sex in a hotel on taxpayer dime and got exposed.
You know what, Nick? A man works his whole life.
Yeah, actually, he was on Fox.
Oh, Fox. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you don't say a word about that man.
Jimmy, I graduated with this bozo. When do you hear this?
So he says he fully expects Kamala Harris to run for president again. By the way, that claim you just made about him, that's a substantiated claim?
Yeah, it was Daily Mail had that story.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm. But he was not the one. He was not the one.
I'm just protecting us now.
Yeah. No, he's not the one in the Senate floor.
Yeah.
This was. I want to say this was overseas.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Dem strategist Michael LaRosa, I fully expect Kamala Harris to run for president again. 28, go.
Finally, before we let you go, Kamala Harris says she will not run for California governor in 2026. Knowing you as you do, what do you make of this decision? And then, what do you think this means for a potential re-presidential run in 2028?
Look, it was the right call. It was a good instinct because she lost 2 million votes from the 4 years earlier when President Biden won California, her home state. So she would have had, I think, some challenges to overcome, even among Democratic voters in California. I think it was the right call. I do think it means she's going to run. I fully expect her to run for president again. She's young. She's been sort of running and in political office her entire adult life. I don't expect her to sit the next election out, but I hope she's able to overcome some of her previous challenges, mainly communication, answering questions, taking declarative positions, and a degree of authenticity that only comes with accessibility, which unfortunately she was not.
Well, if she's looking for a Democrat consultant to help her with communications, I know a guy, his name, Michael LaRosa, and he got up for us early this morning. We appreciate it. Thank you, Michael.
Jimmy, as they say, they always devour their own. It's amazing how they'll turn on each other now.
Yeah, no, totally true. Can I make a prediction, by the way?
Yeah.
I don't actually think she's going to run, for real.
I agree with you.
Yeah, and it's for the same reason she's not running in California. No one would donate to her.
Yes.
For real, I'm not. Yeah. She met with all the big money donors in California, and there was no financial momentum for her to run. Mm-hmm. And if they won't donate at the governor level in her home state, by the way, that's her home state, which is significant. It's like when she ran in 2020, if you remember, she was polling at 1% in California, her home state. She was polling behind my milk. Okay. 1%. Okay. So you understand, when you try to scale that to a national level, she's going to wind up running into the same problem. They don't like nominating somebody who's already lost an election. I can't give you many examples of it happening. I mean, Trump had, an electoral loss to his credit, but he had served a term.
Yeah.
And, I don't think there's any world where they want to run back into this, because the truth is they didn't want to nominate her the first time. Everyone thought she sucked. And that's the funny thing about how transactionally shameless politics are. I want to tell you this. In June of last year, the number one TV hit I was doing, was, if you remember this, CNN, MSNBC, and Nancy Pelosi had contributed to this, had fueled speculation that they might take Kamala off the ticket because they thought she was a drag on Biden. Yep. Do you remember that?
I do. Yep.
They asked Pelosi, does he have the right running mate? And she goes, well, he thinks so. That's all that matters. Imagine you bring home a woman to meet your mom and you go, well, do you like her? Well, my son does. That's all that matters. I mean, she's calling you like an alcoholic whore, for all intents and purposes. That is ruder than any direct insult a woman can utter. Well, my son does. That's all that matters. And so they didn't want her on the ticket.
Yeah.
And the way Biden dropped out and the way he middle fingered everybody by endorsing her and throwing her in there because of the age of identity politics, we've all discussed this 1,000 times. They couldn't pull the black woman off the ticket.
Right.
They were stuck with a woman they didn't want the first time. There is no way, and she knows this, they don't want her. So she's got to make peace with that, I think, is the challenge. Yeah. I don't doubt she'll find a gig, but it ain't gonna be. She's not gonna be the nominee. No chance.
I want to get Jimmy's. Take on this. This is more visual. So if you're not, get on over to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. It appears that he's not Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
Was seen out in Montreal with newly single Katy Perry. Roll these photos courtesy of TMZ. There's one where they seem to be out to dinner. Yeah. She seems to be very interested in what Trudeau has, and there's Justin. Look at the very close contact, close discussion.
Yep. Justin kissed a girl and he liked it.
Were they on a date? This is surprising to me because, to your point, this is surprising to me because I didn't know
that he liked girls.
I didn't know he liked girls, honestly. Yeah.
Maybe he needed eyebrow grooming tips.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked by this, okay, and on any stretch, because people bond over things that we kind of overlook, okay? You follow me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, she liked wearing space helmets He liked wearing blackface, and they get together, they find that common thread. If you look at her astronaut costume and you look at his Halloween costumes over the years, do you know how many times Trudeau got caught wearing blackface?
Yes.
It's like crazy.
Yeah, it
so
is.
I think they're just bonding over dress up. I think they get together. She had space appropriation. He had cultural appropriation. I actually think this works. I think they're going to be.
It's amazing.
You could have a brown-faced kid.
Yeah. Justin Trudeau proving that liberals also like big boobs.
Hey.
27 here, Phil. I'd be remiss if I didn't, with Jimmy Failla, a born and bred New York resident. Don't hold that against him. Let's talk about this Zoran Mandami guy that's running for mayor. So he held a press conference yesterday after that tragic shooting that happened on Park Avenue a couple days ago. One of those officers that was shot and killed. Things are coming up now because of his tweets. He said, I'm not sure what the year. I think, Dawn, you said it was 2020. He says, we don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. And he came out yesterday to condolences, which is appropriate for the family of the officer that was killed. His past tweets and defunding the police was brought up to him. This is what he said. Just a little bit of this. Roll this.
I'm wondering, I know you just talked about the fact that you wanted to honor the people who responded Monday. The reason I'm asking this question is I wonder if your views about the NYPD have changed over time. Especially in light of this.
Have your views on the NYPD changed over time? Is that a guy asking that question, or is that a female?
I think it's both.
About the SRT, the strategic response group, which did respond because they claim that you said it should be disbanded. Do you still believe that? And do you want to send any kind of a message of healing to the police department about views that you now have developed?
Over the course of this race, I've been very clear about my view of public safety and the critical role that police have in creating that. Public safety that officers are tasked with delivering while we ask them to respond to nearly every failure of the social safety net. And the vision that we've put forward in this campaign, despite what others may say, is not to defund the police. It is, in fact, to allow those officers to respond to these serious crimes that many of them signed up to address, and to do so by ensuring that we ask them to focus on those crimes and we ask mental health professionals to respond to calls of mental health crises. And as it pertains to the Strategic Response Group, when it was first formed, there was an intention for its use to be more akin to the manner in which it was deployed earlier this week. What we have found, however, is the city has come to rely upon the Strategic Response Group as its primary means of response to acts of protests across the city when New Yorkers exercise their First Amendment rights. And that decision in asking the members of that unit to respond to protests, as opposed to what was the stated reason, is a decision that has led to the violation of a number of New Yorkers' civil rights. And it's a decision that has been the basis of my critique of the use of the group towards.
All right, there you go. I mean, that's just a little bit of it.
Your next mayor, Jimmy.
Speaking of U-Haul, such garbage. He also tried to say, okay, that, those defund the police tweets, those were back in 2020.
Yes.
Guys, 2020, first of all, it's 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But if you want to tell me you were just swept up in the moment of online rage, you didn't mean it. You just thought you did because of online rage. That also means you're not qualified to lead the most consequential city in the world. Because if the next online rage is shoot the puppies, okay, we're going to kill a lot of dogs because you're susceptible to that type of social pressure. Mm-hmm. So he's either a leader with horrible instincts or he's a follower. But in either event, these instincts take him towards things that would usher in the collapse of civilization. Socialism has killed everybody it's ever governed. And you've never seen a thriving city that didn't involve police. Guys, anybody listening who's unsure about this, go home with your kid tonight and play Grand Theft Auto for 5 minutes. That's what GTA is, what New York City, it already is, to be honest with you. Okay, but you're playing it on like all Madden now if you get rid of the police.
Damn right.
One more. Your other choice is Eric Adams, who said this. This is cut 26. What are we blaming because it was used in this shooting? Eric Adams explains. Roll this.
We cannot respond to senseless gun laws through vigils. It must be responded through legislation. It is time to turn the corner of a society where automatic weapons are as easy to get as a cell phone.
So, Jimmy, you're relegated to a failed former governor, a socialist, and Tracy Morgan. That's the state of the Democrat Party in the Big Apple.
It's so sad. Can I tell you the craziest thing? And this is unintentionally funny. Okay. When we were talking about the shooting this week, every interview I did is people were asking me around the country, like, how close is this to Fox News headquarters? And I was like, well, it's really like 4 blocks and like 2 avenues. And I started giving directions without listening to myself. And I was like, well, if you started out where we are in 6th and you went up left, okay, there's a guy arguing with a parking meter at 52nd. If you make a right at Hernando arguing with the parking meter, you go straight a block. There's a guy selling fake Gucci bags. Okay. If you pass the Gucci bag and get to the guy with the fake Rolexes, you've gone too far. And I was saying that like it was serious. And they were laughing. And I was like, my God, that's the state of our city right now. That I actually give out directions that way. Because those things are consistently present every day. I've got it. Let's get rid of less cops. And never mind that everything about this shooting was already illegal. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And if this guy bought the gun from a casino worker in Nevada, okay, last I checked, if you can't count cards, you can't buy guns.
Well said. Jimmy Fallon, Saturday, August 9th, Pottstown, Soul Joel's. Get your tickets now.
Do it now.
FoxAcrossAmerica.com. Great stuff, brother. We'll be listening tonight.
Love you guys. See you.
There he is, Jimmy Fallon.
Love you, Jimmy.
Love you, Jimmy.
He's the best.
By the way, we're at 3 likes away from 300.
Woo.
So I need 3 people right now to hit that like button. 3 people.
Please do 4, so it's that odd number.
Oh God! Actually, to be honest with you, I really want to get to 400. So I need 100 people to hit that like button. Everybody right now who's watching, I'm commanding you, hit that like button right now. Thank you.
Or Stalker's going to burn you alive and glue your testicles to the floor.
Yeah,
make you cut them off and make a tough choice.
Let's not get into that.
All right, well, yeah, that's on the Odyssey app if you want it later.
Fight Club next!
Stay there.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit. even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by Zenwork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.904, it's Kayal and Company. As we continue, fourth and final hour, Phil Almquist will be out towards the end of next week, and Andrew Torres is going to be filling in, and he just walked by the studio. Really interesting. Another New York Yankee fan in this building, in this station. He's a Yankee and he grew up in Philly. He's a Yankee and a Steeler fan.
Oof.
I don't know where these people keep coming from. It's really starting to annoy me as we continue. Torres better not screw up next week. He's already working in the hole.
He's producing for Dawn today.
Yeah, so he's Dan.
Well, now you know that
out.
he's already corrupted Dawn. So do not tolerate any guff, no slow trigger fingers, anything like that. Steeler and a Yankee fan. I'm sure he likes Duke and Notre Dame and the Lakers. Fraud.
You with your Alabama.
Yeah, thank you, Dawn.
Family connection.
Well, he probably has an aunt or an uncle who liked the New York Yankees.
Technically, local story.
Don't take this crap from him.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Alabama.
Where these guys come from.
At least we don't have. Do we have any Dallas fans? Because remember Daniel Valdez, who we love, but wasn't Daniel like a Dallas fan?
He was.
What a cockroach he was.
That's like a sin.
Outrageous.
So, is this a state of how tired Trump has been, or is this a state of Dr. Oz?
Uh-oh.
Because Dr. Oz was droning on, giving some presentation, and Trump was sawing wood next to him. You could see it. You could see his eyes get heavy.
I forgot Oz was still around. I'm so used to McCary and Bhattacharya. But yeah.
Should we start calling him Sleepy Trump?
Did he pull a Francesa?
He falls asleep.
There's a guy at the end of the table too.
Yeah.
Because I was logging this last night, and Michael goes, "Look at these guys falling asleep."
I mean, Oz he's a boring individual. God knows how he ever succeeded on TV. He's a dull individual.
Well, he was a heart surgeon.
No, I understand. I understand what he was, but Trump,
doctor guy.
he even tries to bring Trump into this. Be like, "Oh, Mr. Trump, your leadership. It's because of your leadership." Like he tried to wake him up by kissing his ass.
It's kind of like the same vibe that I got from Trump last week when Tim Scott was speaking.
Yeah.
When they were there with Jerome Powell and the hard hats, and Scott said something, and Trump's like, "Yeah, whatever."
Linda Valdez, Daniel's mom, is on the YouTube chat. It says Daniel is a Packers fan, not a Dallas Cowboys fan. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you for that clarification. That's better, though.
No, it's not.
Hackers is
No,
better.
it's not.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas is like this. Linda's right.
To
Dallas
watch
is
Brett
the same.
Favre and Aaron Rodgers.
All right, let's sleepy-eyed Trump with boring Dr. Oz. Roll this.
A fraud war room using this kind of technology because we'll know who you are and who your doctor is. We can block this. We're going to have remarkable advances in how consumers can use their own records.
Pause
We'll
it for a
have
second. Pause it for a
beneficiaries
second.
be able
Pause
to
it for a
get
second.
Maha advice.
Pause it. He's doing that thing. He's doing that thing that you do. We've all done it, where you're sitting there trying to watch, and it's usually me on Friday nights because my wife, wants to stay up and watch a movie or a TV show or something, and I'm sitting there going, she's like, "Are you watching?" I'm like, and my eyes are up. Open and then they close, and then they're open and then they close.
Is he looking down at something, or are they closed?
He's trying to pretend he's like, this is my husband at 9 a.m. Mass.
Yes.
That's him in church.
This is me every Friday night. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. Start it over, Phil. Yeah.
A fraud war room using this kind of technology because we'll know who you are and who your doctor is. We can block this. We're going to have remarkable advances in how consumers can use their own records. We'll have beneficiaries be able to get Maha advice and prevention tips and even be able to nudge them and reward them perhaps for that. And all this comes back to one fundamental issue, Mr. President, which is leadership.
Jesus, man.
I think 60 people, the biggest, the best, the willing, came forward because of your leadership, because you weren't going to take no for an answer, and they know it. We are building a robust and safe, I emphasize that, safe system. It's going to protect the data better than you could have imagined. We're going to be able to accomplish goals that all of us wished from day one that would be in place. These pledges are now confirmed. They're signed in public. And you have therefore empowered Americans.
You can tell that he's not looking down because his eyes shoot up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's in need of the Diet Coke button. Where's the Diet Coke button? I need a caffeine.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
this is
Oz.
precious.
What a turnoff he is.
But it's like,
God.
dude, Yeah, and how many meetings did he have yesterday? Good God, that was hysterical.
That's like me sitting through one of those corporate HR Zoom trainings.
Yeah, and you're trying to
like, you turn your screen off, right? So nobody can see you.
And you try.
We've all been there, guys.
Yeah, you try to look up every once in a while.
Yeah. I'm not sleeping. And the tell is your eyes get so wide because you're forcing your eyes to like stay awake.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like stay open.
Or if you start to have that little drift where your head starts to fall down.
Yep.
And then you shoot back up because you caught yourself.
Yep.
And he does like the mouth.
And then I love how he's looking out into the crowd a few times just to see if anybody else is really enjoying that riveting speech he was giving. Right? Like I'm not the only one here that's bored out of my skull, right?
Like, Jesus, man.
Nick, that's you at your daughter's dance recital.
Yeah,
when
in between the other girls.
Not when your daughters aren't performing.
I just sit there like this. Then I get the elbow. Mia's up in three performances. Get up.
Oh, classic.
You bore.
You, Mr. President, because your leadership.
Oh, yeah.
So good.
He just needed to start snoring too. That would have been the best. All right, take it away.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Thursday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit TriCounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring the highly rated and ever expanding, ever growing Fight Club. Today's submission has been submitted by our very own Phil Almquist. Phil Almquist.
Whoa.
Today. It's a plane fight.
Okay.
A plane fight.
Right. Actually, a perfect tie-in to some of the other stories that we wanted to
Yeah, it's almost like we planned this, Nick.
Okay. I like that.
Coordinated
effort.
It's almost like you send a show sheet and I know where you're going.
Oh.
Or Phil does. Okay, let's is everybody ready? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
You know the airline?
I'm guessing this is Spirit or Frontier.
Frontier
I have
or
no
Allegiant.
I have nothing to base that off of, just a guess.
Occasionally it could be Southwest.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, buckle in. The plane fight, the Thursday edition of Fight Club. Go. Oh, it's a guy and a girl. Wow.
Yep.
Oh, look at this.
Now we got dude on dude action.
Yeah, look at this. Oh my God.
Yep, there goes the sweatpants.
Oh, she falls out of her seat.
Yep.
She falls out of her seat.
Yep.
Oh man, he's just look at he's just trying to get to your Carnival Cruise.
Oh my God, this is so bad.
It's SEPTA. This is SEPTA, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at this. Just a all-out Donnybrook.
Look at that.
Climbing over another person like an animal.
Look at this, Dawn. Climbing over seats.
Look at this. I love her pink outfit.
Oh, now imagine her, that big ass right in your face. Ah.
You need to stop right now. Everybody, yes. Everybody stop now. Everybody stop now.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine? You just want to get from point A to point B.
You know, back in the day,
animals
back in the
control
day,
themselves.
Southwest bags would fly free. Now we let trash fly free. It's just, I mean, seriously, look at this.
Yeah, look at it. Look, just like not even like these two guys are going at it.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. But it's just like anything else. If you know that you act like this on a plane and you will be banned from every airline for the rest of your life, that's it. You
should be prosecuted federally. You know what they say?
Yeah,
it's a federal crime if you smoke on an airplane. If you fight on a flight, it's a federal charge.
It's a federal. Yeah, you're going to, and they all know then that they can't rely on their local municipality to let them out on $100 bail or whatever.
Yep.
But I think the same thing. Think about what we started out at 6 o'clock this morning, talking about the violence in Philadelphia around rec centers. Do the same thing. Make it a federal crime. If you commit, open fire near a school, near a rec center, any of that, and it's a federal crime, you're going to a federal facility. Boom, they're going to know.
Yep.
Just like they did with the drug zones.
I mean, I don't know what we do to stop this other than the federal charges because, I mean, I don't want to punish everybody else by pricing everybody else out. I don't know that first class flight is the solution because that could break out in first class. I don't know if it's get a camper, just drive. I don't know what the solution is, but there's something triggering about being in that little tube.
Yes,
where people just lose their brain.
Agreed. And if it's not animals fighting, it's people losing their. Like we played that guy on that UK airline who was screaming, "Allah Akbar! I'm a terrorist. Trump is a terrorist." Blah 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 blah. Like it's nut jobs.
Yep.
And you're in this little tube. You can't go anywhere. You can't move because there's no room, and you're traveling at 35,000 feet, and you have this nonsense.
Yeah, and CNN's lead crime investigator reported this last night.
A male, possibly white.
Yeah. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. And this brings me to the fact that flying used to be a luxury, Nick. It used to be civilly, like we used to. There we go. Look at this.
There was dignity.
Look at this photo.
Bow ties.
You look at you. Thank you, Phil Almquist.
Yes.
Look at this. Come on.
5-course meal. Nice silverware.
Look at the women dressed up. The men in suits. There's a little.
Men not crossing their leg like Justin Trudeau.
Go back one more, Phil. That adorable little girl in a little dress, standing there holding her mommy's hand. Look at all the leg room.
5-course meal.
It looks like a hotel.
By the way, can you still see that picture right there with the meal? Can you still get that on a flight?
No.
International, you can.
International, you can.
Can you? Look at that. You can.
Nice salad. You got a roll, a little chicken,
some coffee,
like
coffee with cream.
Conservativetourist.com.
Isn't that Paul McCartney?
That is Paul McCartney.
Look at that. Everybody's hair's brushed.
Yeah.
The seats aren't that much. Like they always say, the seats got smaller. I think we got bigger.
You're right.
The seats.
Yeah, look how much room those skinny people have.
Yeah.
Look at that adorable little baby hanging out up there. Like that's not dangerous at all.
Okay.
Now we got fatzos begging for an extra seat because their pouch doesn't fit in one.
Here, we're gonna put our child up by where the luggage is.
Look at that.
That should be safe.
Is that a glass of fruit punch?
Look at that.
A little rheubarb pie.
We used to be a proper country.
Yeah.
We used to be a proper country, ladies and gentlemen.
We're a third world country now.
Now, exactly.
We are.
Look at this. But go through this again, Phil.
Yeah, just keep rolling through them.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Make flying great again.
Look at this. Look at this lovely. Look at these lovely, well-behaved people.
Yeah.
Just, you know.
Couple of great mustaches there.
Yeah. Sitting around, laughing with your spouse or your
women dressed up.
The woman you're having an affair with.
That are coming in with
maybe your secretary.
Yep.
Coldplay.
Yeah.
So that lady, she's reading Time magazine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Nobody's fighting.
No.
We used to be a proper society, guys.
Yep.
Make proper societies great again.
Yep. Look at this. The nuclear family. How loving.
I love that baby photo. They're just like, just strap him up here.
Yeah.
He's fine.
That kid's having the time of his life. Flying coach.
Unless they hit turbulence.
Right.
Then he's flying, flown through his carriage.
Yeah.
Thank you. I always like to just remind people every now and then.
Back when you could call them stewardesses, not flight attendants.
LeBron James has reportedly sent a cease and desist to an AI company that allowed users to make AI videos of him, according to the Daily Mail. I don't know if you guys have seen this.
Yeah, which is interesting because his playoff production has been ceasing and desisting for the last 5 years.
But I've seen a lot of this with the passing of Hulk Hogan. You see a lot of these AI videos of Hulk Hogan with like him arriving at the pearly gates, and Macho Man, Randy Savage, and Roddy Piper and Andre the Giant are there to greet him. Yep. And you see all these cheesy AI videos that you clearly know are AI videos, but he's suing them or sending a cease and desist. If you guys haven't seen it, there's AI videos of James being pregnant and on his knees that have gone viral on social media. Just roll some of this.
James took legal action after an AI company went viral by using him to make brain rot. I mean, videos of the NBA
Steph Curry's walking up down.
Clearly, this is an AI. Look at this. He's with Shrek, Baby Yoda.
Riding a bike to AC.
According to 404 Media, users were actively learning how to create the AI videos of LeBron after many went viral. Last month, mods told members they decided to remove all realistic people models from the platform after the legal...
I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but like, Nick, I know you're not on Facebook, but like, Facebook is all AI videos. It's all crap.
Yeah.
It's
So
just
is
social
he,
media.
Is he bent out of shape that people are trying to monetize the faked image and make a buck off of him?
Yep.
Yeah. Cry about it more, LeBron. You just opted into $52 million for next year.
But it's an interesting look. You know, could we see more of this? Because again, obviously, you know, his riding a bike with Shrek is not real. Him being pregnant is not real.
No, I think it's fair game if you're a public figure, you know.
But hang on. If like again, they can make AI videos of you doing and saying anything they want to now.
Could do the porno,
right?
You know what I mean? So like, where does it stop? Yeah, it's fun with this stuff.
There's all the AI videos of politicians and, you know, Trump and Clinton and Epstein and Obama and Big Mike. I think it's, you know, the only time it becomes an issue is when it's so well done that you can't differentiate between parody and truth. That's obviously parody.
Let me ask you something. What's the difference between LeBron saying don't do this with using me with AI and South Park creating those images with Trump naked in their South Park video? Then that's AI too.
Well, it's his
comedy.
It's his face. I mean,
Free
they could claim this is comedy too. The South Park thing is interesting because it's clearly an animated body and his face.
I agree with you.
From just a picture that you know that they have a cheap this is actually. These videos are actually like it looks like LeBron James.
Yeah, most of them do look pretty close until you get up real close and personal on it, and then you can see the difference. Like even with the ones you were talking about with Hulk Hogan, you know, going across the pearly gates and seeing the Macho Man. When you actually pull your finger on your iPhone and zoom in, you can see the AI is still a little off where you could tell.
Absolutely.
Right?
But I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like there's going to be more and more of this, and it's going to get better and better if it already hasn't. Right. You know what I mean? Where AI is going to, you know, they can make us do and say anything. Luckily, I just say all the horrific things I say right here on the radio, so they don't have to nanny. They don't have to make me say anything because I say it all myself.
Right, and then you have a meeting with yourself.
And then I have a meeting with myself. Right. So I just think that this is going to be an interesting case study, and we'll see where it goes.
I think the bigger issue, and maybe we can do something on this tomorrow, maybe a big take, I'm not sure. I mentioned briefly the fact that parents are using artificial intelligence to raise their child now.
Yes.
That is a major issue.
Sam Altman explains that many people are using ChatGPT like therapists and stress the need for new laws to protect the privacy of chat histories. Roll this.
I think we will certainly need a legal or a policy framework for AI. One example that we've been thinking about a lot, this is like maybe not quite what you're asking. This is like a very human-centric version of that question. People talk about the most personal shit in their lives to ChatGPT.
Sorry.
People use it, young people especially, like use it as a therapist, a life coach, having these relationship problems. What should I do? And right now, if you talk to a therapist or a lawyer or a doctor about those problems,
copays.
There's like legal privilege for it. Like there's doctor-patient confidentiality, there's legal confidentiality, whatever. And we haven't figured that out yet for when you talk to ChatGPT. So if you go talk to ChatGPT about your most sensitive stuff and then there's like a lawsuit or whatever, like we could be required to produce that. And I think that's very screwed up. I think we should have like the same concept of privacy for your conversations with AI that we do with a therapist or whatever.
Wow.
I mean, first of all, I think if you're talking to a computer about your mental health issues, you're just proving how mentally out of it you are. But I don't understand, where would that sensitive, personal, private information go? It's
Exactly.
not like the ChatGPT is not going to take, like if I had a conversation with ChatGPT and trying to get psychological counseling, where's ChatGPT going with what I say? They're not going to give it to somebody else. I don't follow.
Well, I think that's the good question with all of this.
Yeah.
Well, your history, like all of that is being recorded and stored and all your information. So if I chat about, I don't know, some personal information, it's all out there. Then it's all stored in some cloud, and so anybody has access to it, right?
Well, I mean, I guess ChatGPT would have access to it, but the public doesn't have access to it.
Right, but can they sell it? Where does that information go? Who collects that? Because somebody's collecting and storing that data.
Well, yeah, now big tech is getting bigger right now. So the feds just launched a health data tracker. So
I sent you the nurse Anna.
Yeah. So
you would have an AI nurse. Hello, this is Anna.
Yep.
I don't know. The extent of AI that I use, I just, every now and then when I'm in the dark, I yell at my phone and I say, "Hey Siri, turn my flashlight on." Some of you people with ChatGPT, they just find a real hobby. Go play golf. Get a drink.
Bro, every time you Google something, it's being like
I use Google.
Yes.
I know.
When you say Siri, how do you think Siri hears you?
Yeah.
Because she's listening.
Sometimes I tell Siri to go F herself. I do. Or I'll say thank you or I love you, and they respond back to you.
How does she respond?
Let me see here. Let me see if I can do this exercise on the air.
Wait. Say it, but mute yourself saying it. Say it off microphone. Do you understand what I'm saying? Say it into your phone, off microphone. There you go. And then let's hear what she says.
I got to turn it off of vibrate.
F you, Nick Kale.
Do it again.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Do it again. Hey Siri, go F yourself.
Yeah, see, it's only giving me the answer. It's not speaking to me.
Oh.
Yeah, she's not speaking to you because you're nasty.
Yeah, she won't see. They are spying on us. She's pissed at me.
Yeah,
mad.
My wife's mad at me. Siri's mad at me.
Yep.
Daughter's hating me. Mother-in-law wants me dead.
And I'm gonna be mad at you if we don't hit a break.
Uh-oh.
Back after this.
Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
Yeah, we got to talk about our friends at Piazza Auto Group, because whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summertime, why not do it in style, right? With our friends at Honda. The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers. Piazza Honda, now's the time. Get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic or an Accord or a CRV. What about the HRV? That's what I have. Unbeatable leases, no matter what, low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do this today. You can always go online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Boobs and money, money and boobs.
Words to live by from the philosopher Gregorius Stalker.
Boobs and money, money and boobs.
Exactly right. That's what it's all about, folks. The bells and whistles coming up. Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip. Another great prize for you. What occurred today in music history? 8Share will deliver that. Yeah. And then the Dawn Show, top of the hour. Dawn will preview what she has lined up in just about 20 minutes' time. But right now, let's get caught up in the world of news and other stories that are out there that are worth discussing on the radio. Here's Dawn Stenelin at 9:31.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
The big story for us locally. Sorry, my voice went right there.
Your
with
indigestion.
The weather. No, there's no indigestion. It's the weather. The heat is on as we look at what's going on. High risk of flash flooding as this will bring an end to the heat wave that we've been experiencing. So tomorrow will be a beautiful low humidity, mid-80s kind of a day, but we have to pay for it with today's horrible weather as we look at the storms, which will bring flooding, possibly flash flooding, tornadoes even across our area. And this is across the Philadelphia region, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. So National Weather Service releasing all of these high alerts as we look to what's going on here in and around our area with the weather. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
No good.
That's the timeline of high winds, torrential rain, flash flooding. So you've been warned. We have that going on.
It's funny. You always, I remember, every time there was heat waves like this, you always remember, storms. Storms break the heat wave. That's usually what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But every time now that there's these storms, it's always like tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning. I never remember tornadoes being a thing here.
And my daughters freak out. They just lose their mind every time we get a storm. Even a regular thunderstorm, they get nervous. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
It's like the dog is under the bed, right?
Yeah.
The dog and the kids.
Yeah. Well, the dogs can sense that type of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. They can sense it coming.
Yeah.
They're like, oh.
Yep.
By the way, we're only 13 likes away from 400. So please, if you have not done so, hit that like button. We need 13 people right now to go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit the like button so we can get to 400.
The city of Philadelphia, they are cracking down on illegal dumping. So this is a new law that lets police and officials impound the vehicle of anybody caught on camera in the act of illegally dumping trash across the city.
Not illegal aliens, but illegal dumping.
Illegal. You are correct.
Interesting.
You are correct. So they put up all these cameras across the city, and they're little trash cams to stop all of the illegal dumping. And a lot of times it's just trash, or it can be tires and things of that nature from the homes in front of schools and just across the region. I've seen a couple of these cameras as I've made my way through neighborhoods. So the question here is that they can, if they find that you did this or your vehicle did this, maybe you didn't do it. What if it's a stolen vehicle? What if somebody borrows your vehicle? There are a lot of questions we have here. But if you are caught on camera and your vehicle is tracked, then they can come and impound your vehicle and tow it away. Little due process issue, perhaps, because
Maybe.
It's like a red light camera where they're basing it on your plate number, but not necessarily your facial recognition.
But what drives somebody to illegally dump trash unless
Nick.
it's something other than what you would normally put out in a can or a bin? Like, are we talking furniture here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. You see
It's
beds,
it's a
you
big
see
problem.
You see chairs,
Yeah.
you see
Yeah.
couches everywhere. It's gross.
Furniture, gross trash bags, tires.
Yeah.
It's nasty. Diapers.
You guys, you want to know why? It's because it costs money to get those things taken away.
Yep. Right.
And people don't have that. So they're just like, well, I'm just going to leave it on the side of the road and nobody's going to do anything.
You always see people trying to do it like in those neighborhoods that have the big dumpsters, right? Like those community developments. Just awful. I've seen people doing it in the dumpsters in the back of grocery stores. It's awful.
Yeah.
I would never do anything like that.
But it's annoying, and it happens across neighborhoods. It's a real problem in Philadelphia. In fact, Philadelphia, in the budget, they spend more than $48 million every year to address litter and illegal dumping. So just trying to crack down on that. And that's why they do have these cameras going on. So we have that one. Since you talked about it, I'll go to it. This is Maha going high tech. I know President Trump, one of his he held so many news conferences yesterday, but he was talking about, bringing forth health, America's health, and Maha into the digital age. So now they're launching this new program, among others, that would allow all Americans, you'd have to opt into this by your choice, to share your personal health data as well as your medical records across health systems and apps that are run by private tech companies.
Yep.
Well, thank God this is happening.
Promising that it'll make it easier to access health records and then monitor your wellness. So this would involve 60 different companies, including major tech companies like Google, Amazon, Apple, as well as all those healthcare giants like United Health Group and CVS Health. And so they're all going to partner between, this is a private government partnership, and then it would have artificial intelligence in here as well, digital tools, QR codes, apps that will register patients, help you with your check-ins, help track your medication. So a lot of advantages to expedite your healthcare waiting times, all of that. But then opens up the door, what could possibly go wrong?
So you guys don't like this, huh?
I don't like it.
I like it from the convenience of being able, what I read yesterday was that you'll now be able to transfer your medical file from one practitioner to the next. And I can't tell you how many times when I was dealing with my voice issues and I would go to a different doctor, or I had a long stretch of what I thought was some really inflamed tendinitis, and you go and get images done. And then they say, well, I got to fill out this paperwork. And then I got to put the images on a disc. And then you got to pick up the disc. Or you say, well, we just sent it out in the mail. And then the other practitioner says it never arrived. And then you got to go back to can we streamline this and make it more convenient?
Mm-hmm.
I like it from that standpoint. Maybe not all the things that you're talking about, but I like it from that standpoint.
Again, I say this all the time. Because I agree with you. You know what I mean? Like, look, I wear a Fitbit. This is owned by Google. All my information is now in the cloud on Google. I have this app that I just went for a physical 2 weeks ago. They sent all the information right to the app, so you have it right there. When I get blood work and all that stuff, it goes right to there. When I get my colonoscopy and all that stuff, it goes right to there. So yes, it is nice to have that because you have it all at your fingertips. But also, who are the third-party companies that have access to
Google,
all
Amazon,
of this? Yes,
Apple.
Yep.
That they would.
We do it all to
and
ourselves.
They claim that, of course, they claim that you still have your medical rights and HIPAA and all of that. But, you have to go through, even with apps now, you have to go through and make sure that you say no, that you don't want them to share, save your records, share your records.
It still doesn't matter.
Keep your private medical information.
It still doesn't matter.
And by the way, with billing, this whole lie in the past administration that they said that, for example, they couldn't turn over your medical debt, that it would affect your credit report, which, of course, they sold it to a third party. That's what they all do. There are all these loopholes.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that, even with billing, if you can't afford all your medical bills, all your medical records, your social security number, all your private stuff or your children's private stuff, when they sell it to that third party for billing to send it to a credit, a creditor who's going to then, hunt you down, all your private medical information, they have it.
Yep. Yeah.
They have it all. Make no mistake about that.
And it was my fault too, because when I went to my GP a couple weeks ago, I filled out a form and they said, "Do you want your medical records, electronically sent to you or whatever like that?" And I clicked yes. Mm-hmm. So I knew what I was doing when I did this.
Have you ever given them any crap as far as in this day and age where you have to do everything on the tablet? Have you ever asked just to have the old school paper form so you can handwrite it?
You can ask for that.
I believe I believe I had a handwritten thing because my handwriting's atrocious. So I remember them saying something like, "What does that say?" And I had to explain because I had to write something out, about like family history of whatever.
Yeah.
My family history is not as bad as yours though, Nick.
No.
So.
You can imagine how many forms I got to fill out.
I know, right? Which is good. So that's the real thing, that we need to spread awareness and think about all the breaches in social media and all these different apps. So they have to work out the kinks, but it will help people. It will help expedite and the records and all of that. But I think there are some privacy groups that want to look at it.
Look, at the end of the day, I have nothing to hide. So somebody's going to find out that I have my blood pressure is slightly elevated. At the end of the day, it's not really going to affect me in any way. So, what's the difference? But the things, Dawn, I see you disagreeing with me.
Well, you have nothing to hide until you do.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, that tracker.
Yeah.
If you're accused of anything,
Damn
that tracker.
Gonorrhea. Damn gonorrhea. I was trying to hide it from my wife.
Your blood pressure gets up because you yell on the radio.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're
Go away!
If right now your vehicle, if you are involved in any situation or even accused of any situation, they can take. All vehicles now have a so-called black box, so they're tracking you. They're tracking how fast you were going. Were you braking? Were you doing an illegal lane change. They can track all of that information as they are. So they're tracking everything on us. Big Brother is watching. That's your big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Just to wrap here, I wanted to get to this story the last couple of days. I found this from Reason.com, and it's, technically, as Dawn would say, a local story. Pennsylvania's liquor monopoly is imposing a new fee that's going to cost $15 million per year. They write, liquor and wine will likely get more expensive next year in Pennsylvania, and residents will have no choice but to pay the higher prices. Thanks to the state's monopoly on alcohol sales, the PLCB, Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board, voted earlier this month to impose a new bailment fee, which it says is necessary to cover rising warehouse costs and improve its distribution system. The $1 fee will be charged on all packages that move through the state's warehouses and will take effect at the start of 2026. Speaking to the Philly Voice, a spokesperson for the PLCB said that the board has, quote, no plans to raise prices for consumers or licensees on the products that it currently sells because of imposing this $1 per case fee on bailment suppliers, unless a price increase is requested by those suppliers. At what point, and I mentioned this when I think you were talking about the hunting story in your news about more Sundays being available.
Yes.
And I know we're at a point now where the grocery stores have beer, they have wine, but they still do not have hard liquor. Is Pennsylvania ever going to get to the point where it's like Jersey or Delaware, where you can just get everything from a private shop, so to speak? Like in Jersey, you can get beer, liquor, wine at Joe Blow's corner store. Delaware has similar rules and laws, I believe. But Pennsylvania is such an archaic system. And the fact that they have a monopoly through PA, I guess I'm never going to get a fine wine and good spirits endorsement after I say all this. But then again, after 3 years, I figured it's not coming anyway. Like, we got to break this up. This is just absurd. And it's going to cost more for all of us, whether you drink on a routine basis or even if you are just going out for that summer cookout and you're loading up, or the holidays and you're one of those people. I always love those people, by the way, when they go into the liquor store and they come in there with their own cardboard box and they just start stuffing it with Bailey's and Merlot and Pinot and this and that. Like, they're loading up like it's like, we got a big snowstorm coming and they're never going to be able to get out again to get their vice of choice. I don't know about you, but this liquor monopoly thing, it's got to end. Pennsylvania is such an ass-backward state. Think about how long it took for us to get legalized casinos and sports betting in this state, right?
It's a union issue, though, because their union, it's a powerful union. So that's the issue.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. They say competition from hemp and cannabis is fierce. Tariffs have increased the price of imported alcohol and sharply reduced revenue from U.S. exports, and global alcohol consumption is down. Well, not in my house. This new fee is yet another.
Wait, you have to explain that. Because while they're waiting to get into their new home, they're with the in-laws.
You have no idea how bored I am by 4:30 each day. I'm like, I'm ready to head back to work. I'll sleep in the parking garage.
He's gonna do mornings and afternoons.
Yeah, I'm gonna do double dip. Next time Zoli needs a day off, let me know. I'll come back down. All right.
What's that racket? Nick's up with the boys. They're playing video games.
Unbelievable.
Nick's gonna take up residence at the Stenelin Menti household.
That's right. You get a part-time job at the PA Wine and Spirit store. All right, we'll come back. Movies, music, and a preview is next. Stay right there.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by Zenwork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
$9:49, Kayal and Company rolling on Thursday morning. Dawn show coming up top of the hour.
Actually, this is a bad job out of me. I should have played, since we have Bryan Adams tickets to give away, I should have played Bryan Adams, shouldn't I? Phil, give me a Bryan Adams song.
Summer of '69.
All right.
There you go.
And stand by me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nanny nanny.
Exactly right. We will find out what occurred today in the world of music, courtesy of the 8-Share himself. But before that, we have Bryan Adams tickets to give away this fall. But you have to identify Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery movie clip. And you do have a choice.
Hang on.
You can call or not call.
Here, wait.
He's waiting for the last slide.
Best days of my life.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This must be what they mean by poetic justice.
This isn't what you think. I'm with the government. I set every one of these guys up and... So, back with the Bureau, huh?
Because of you, a lot of people are dead. And now, it's your turn.
A very underrated Arnold
Signed.
Schwarzenegger movie, by the way.
Be prosecuted. Any way you want it.
His birthday was yesterday. Thank you, yes. That's why we're playing this.
855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today, another pair of tickets to see Bryan Adams and the Roll with the Punches tour on October 29th at the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. A pair is yours right now if you can identify that movie by being caller number 12 at 855-839-1210. Best of luck. From the movies to the music, H-Share himself. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 31st, we celebrate the birthdays of Bill Berry from R.E.M., M. Shadows from Avenged Sevenfold, and John 5. Six Still the One by Orleans in 76. Same Old Situation by Motley Crue in 90. Love Gun by Kiss in 77. And Superstitious by Europe in 88. Album Scarecrow by John Mellencamp in 85. Time by ELO in 81. Five Finger Death Punch's debut in 2007. Hey, I gotta mention it. And Escape by Journey in 81. Also in 2019, Woodstock 50 was officially canceled. In 82, Eye of the Tiger was atop the singles chart. In 71, James Taylor was atop the same chart. On that same day, a security guard was stabbed to death at the Who show in New York. And in 80, John Phillips from the Mamas and Papas was arrested for possession of cocaine and running a phony prescription scam. But lastly, on this date in 79, James Taylor played for an estimated 250,000 people during a free concert in New York Central Park. Today in Music History is sponsored by Staples. Calling all parents and teachers at Staples, you'll get back to school. Your back to school budget is officially saved by the button, the easy button, with supplies as low as 25 cents, plus laptops up to 40% off, and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easier than getting an 8-share on a Saturday night in Philly. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Umquist.
Whoever wrote that copy should be shot. I agree. All right, Dawn Stenselin, we find out what you have lined up 6 minutes from now. Or not.
Yeah, there's a lot developing right now with President Donald J. Trump. We'll talk about the latest news with Trump headlines, take you through some of these new economic numbers that we're getting, update you on all of that as well. Talking about Maha, we'll get into your new nurse and what you think about all of this AI, and will nurses be a casualty of AI and the new Maha movement? So you'll hear from Anna, your new AI nurse. How do you like her?
I want a nurse that has blonde hair and blue eyes.
You can have whatever
in
you
denim.
want. So Walter Sterling checks in at 10:30. We'll find out what he has for tonight. And the latest on that one. And upcoming, I think at the 11 o'clock hour, I think we have Tim Keller, somebody who's a Christian conservative, talk about, will he be in your local library soon? What's he talking about with renewals and revivals? We'll check in with him. But so much happening. We got it all covered for you.
Yes, and don't forget, after the Dawn Show is Dom's show, after Dom's show is Rich, after Rich is Jimmy Fallon, and then after Jimmy Fallon is Walter Sterling from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Yes. Who, by the way,
local.
number one, men 25-54.
Oh.
Woo.
H-Share, you've got some competition.
We'll honor him to begin Saturday night show.
Okay. There you go. All right, folks, stay tuned. Dawn is up next.
Hang on. There's a
Be
winner.
young, be wild,
winner?
be free.
Oh.
We have the winner.
Let's go to Brian. Not Bryan Adams, but Brian in Souderton.
Brian, be free.
Brian, you're going to see Bryan
guys.
Adams. What the hell did we just play for you?
Raw deal.
Raw deal.
Raw deal. There you go. October 29th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is gonna be you, Brian, rocking out. This is gonna be you, Brian, rocking out to this. Come on, sing along. Come on, Brian.
Light your lighter.
Come on, Brian.
Brian's as entertaining as artificial intelligence. Thank you. All right, that's it for us.
Yeah, thank
Dawn
God.
is next.
Woo!
Ferris Friday tomorrow. And remember, folks, there's only 2 things you need in this lifetime.
Hang on. Do it again.
2 things in this lifetime, folks. Just 2 things.
Boobs and money, money and boobs.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense